Chapter 1026. The Gate of Hell was originally filled with souls. Whether it was the formation in the sky or the ground of the Gate of Hell that had been damaged by the battle between tribulation transcendents, the evil power of soul conversions had even spread deep underground. If this power was controlled by Akatsuki, the Gate of Hell would probably become a terrifying killing machine after being filled with souls. However, Muyu didn't know how to control it, so even though these things had been filled with souls, they didn't attack anyone. But just as everyone was bewildered, the Gate of Hell suddenly shook. The demonic red light gradually faded away, and the countless pairs of demonic eyes that were watching everyone gradually closed. Then, everything that had been filled with souls fell silent. Catcher, catcher. Countless cracking sounds came from all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the Gate of Hell that was originally emitting ghostly chi turned into fragments and started falling from the sky. Not only that, but the entire ground of the Ghost Gate also exploded with a loud bang, turning into balls of fine powder. It was as if the world had collapsed. Those things that were possessed by the evil power of the soul-converging mind could not withstand the power of the soul-converging mind and were headed towards destruction. Boom! The ground of the Gate of Hell caved in. Smoke and dust billowed, and the sound was deafening. Everyone's eardrums were ringing. Within a radius of 1,000 li, whether it was the trees, soil, or rocks, everything was destroyed by the power of soul conversions. A terrifying crater that was 1,000 meters deep appeared in the territory of the Gate of Hell. In just a moment, the power of soul conversions had spread to 1,000 meters deep and destroyed the ground. Ghost Cold was both shocked and furious. Under the interference of soul conversions, his sect was completely destroyed. Just like Stargate, it was completely destroyed. It was destroyed by the treasure of the Gate of Hell, soul conversions. Unforgivable. Ghost Cold's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Today, not only had the twin corpse C been destroyed, but all of the Gate of Hell had also lost their twins. The supreme treasure of the Gate of Hell had also been taken away. Now, even the entire Gate of Hell had been destroyed. This heavy blow left Ghost Cold unable to stand firm. Duke Meng was also horrified as he looked at the soul transference wrapped in the tree. He couldn't help but ask, how can this thing be so powerful? Its power does not belong to this world. Muyu didn't explain too much, but he had finally witnessed the true power of the soul converging technique. Even when the soul converging technique was in Akatsuki's hands, he didn't feel so shocked. That was because Akatsuki knew how to control the soul-converging technique and how to use it. However, Muyu had only casually touched the ghost boundary with soul transference, and it had directly destroyed the Gate of Hell. This thing was too scary. No wonder Deadwood Daddy was injured by this thing when he tried to steal the soul-converging technique. Once this thing goes out of control, it will cause irreparable damage. Muyu had a rough understanding of the soul-converging technique. Fortunately, the evil power of the soul-converging technique was limited. Although it could quickly spread its power, the further it spread, the faster the power would be consumed. Ordinary trees and rocks couldn't withstand this evil power. They wouldn't be able to withstand it for long before they were destroyed. Therefore, the transmission of power would be interrupted and wouldn't spread too far. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, the soul-converging technique would be like the aura of life and death, enough to destroy the entire world. Although the soul-converging technique was powerful, Muyu still didn't know how to properly control it. Therefore, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage over the soul-converging technique. Little Commander shouted from Muyu's shoulder, "Devils, you're done for. Let this commander help you transcend." Now, he only needed to rely on the soul-converging technique. Any attack from the Gate of Hell would be ineffective against Muyu. Instead, the soul-converging technique would be used to refine their souls. Therefore, with the soul-converging technique, it was equivalent to having a layer of shield. Although Muyu couldn't control it, he could block attacks. However, Ghost Cold sneered and said, "I admit that you are indeed powerful. You actually snatched our soul-converging technique from Guizu's hands. But if you think you can use it to deal with me, then you are gravely mistaken. Now, take a look." Can the soul-converging technique still display this power? Mu Yu turned his attention to the soul-converging technique enveloped by Mu Ling. Just now, the soul-converging technique seemed to have transferred all its demonic power to the ghost boundary. It even spread out without any restraint. However, because of this, the power was unknowingly consumed and began to die down. At this moment, although there was still an evil aura faintly discernible within the soul transference, it did not attempt to demonize the wood spirit that enveloped it. Earlier, the soul transference had been trying to transmigrate the wood spirit into its soul. Why is that? Mu Yu was puzzled. Gomang said in Mu Yu's mind, after the soul-converging technique leaves the 18 levels of hell, it can't fully display its power without the support of a soul. It should have suffered some serious damage, causing it to split into two halves. It's greatly restricted. The souls of the 18 levels of hell you saw were to allow this half of the soul-converging technique to temporarily recover some power. However, just now, the pain power that the gate of hell painstakingly gathered was exhausted by you. So that's how it is. Mu Yu nodded slightly. No wonder the people of the gate of hell didn't announce that they had such a powerful and strange thing. It turned out that the powerful soul-converging technique required the support of the soul's pain power. This could only be absorbed from the tortured souls of the 18 levels of hell. The conditions were too harsh. Otherwise, with the style of the people of the gate of hell, they would have long used the soul-converging technique to tyrannize the cultivation world. Then what kind of power caused the soul-converging technique to split into two? Mu Yu couldn't help but ponder. The soul-converging technique was very sturdy for him. He found it hard to imagine what had caused it to be damaged. However, he didn't have the time to continue thinking because now that the gate of hell was completely destroyed, they should consider leaving. However, Ghost Cold and the other 3 people of the gate of hell had already surrounded Mu Yu and the others once again. Meanwhile, Shadowslay Akron just stood coldly in the distance and didn't make a move. The 4 tribulation stage cultivators of the gate of hell faced off against Mu Yu, Tian Ran, and Duke Meng. Duke Meng was currently heavily injured and couldn't deal with one person alone. Mu Yu, make a deal with me. Tell me Chengyan's whereabouts, and I'll help you escape, Shadowslay Akron said indifferently. He could also tell that it was a little difficult for Mu Yu and Tian Ran to deal with the 4 people of the gate of hell. Shadowslay had taken action because of the deal, so he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make Mu Yu compromise. However, Mu Yu only replied coldly, I'm not interested in cooperating with you. If you don't want to interfere, stand aside. If you want to help the people of the gate of hell, feel free to come. It doesn't matter if you have one more or one less. You sure talk big. Ghost Cold shouted angrily. Although Shadowslay Akron wasn't from the gate of hell, how could his strength be so simple to be able to sneak into the gate of hell for so many years without being discovered? Not to mention, in the exchange just now, Shadowslay Akron was actually able to fight Ghost Cold to a draw. This also meant that Shadowslay Akron's cultivation was at least at the 9th stage of the tribulation stage. If Shadowslay Akron and Ghost Cold worked together, it would be a very terrifying battle force. Shadowslay Akron was also a little surprised. You really don't want to cooperate with me? Mu Yu revealed a non-committal expression. He didn't want to explain the same thing twice. No matter what Chengyang did, Mu Yu couldn't use senior brother Chengyan's matter as a bargaining chip. Little Japanese, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you think you'll be more powerful if you say more? Little Handsome put his hands on his waist and said disdainfully. Tian Ran looked at Mu Yu nervously. She had just stepped into the tribulation stage and had to face so many tribulation stage people of the gate of hell at the same time. Her heart was in a mess. Little Handsome, did you teach Tian Ran the sword intent of the sky sword? Mu Yu asked. I did. Now that there's no ghost boundary, this place has become our main battlefield. Little Handsome raised his head and snorted. Duke Meng couldn't help but remind, I know you have a lot of secrets, but you're facing 4 people from the gate of hell. I don't have the ability to help you anymore. Duke Meng had been trapped in the gate of hell for so many years. Through the twins, he knew how strong the people from the gate of hell were, not to mention Ghost Lord. Now that they were surrounded by so many people from the Gate of Hell, it would be unwise for Mu Yu not to cooperate with Akron. Mu Yu said, "Don't worry, you can rest at the side." Tian Ran reached out and held Mu Yu's hand. "Can we?" Mu Yu smiled. "Master's sky sword isn't that simple." The green wind heart-linking formation had already spread out from under Mu Yu's feet and wrapped around Tian Ran. The two of them had already understood each other's thoughts. Tian Ran raised her head in shock and looked at Mu Yu. Mu Yu also looked at Tian Ran. For a moment, the two of them seemed to have seen through each other and understood what they had to do next. "Mu Yu, take back the soul-transferring formation." Ghost Cold roared and charged at Mu Yu with the remaining 3 people from the Gate of Hell. Dense ghost chi covered the sky as if it wanted to devour the entire sky. But at this moment, the Shadow Clone Sword and Immortal Dew Sword appeared. The Shadow Clone flickered with a green light and trembled slightly. It was clearly in place, but it was everywhere. The Immortal Dew condensed into a stream of light. It was like autumn water, but it encompassed the entire ocean. Whoosh, whoosh. Tens of thousands of sword lights suddenly soared into the sky. The sword intents resonated with each other and instantly destroyed the ghost chi that covered the sky. It was as if 2 heavenly swords had pierced through the sky. 2 vortexes began to appear in the sky with the Shadow Clone and the Immortal Dew as the center. Without the restriction of the ghost boundary, the 2 sky swords were enough to display their true power. The biting cold sword intents communicated with the sky. Above the 9 heavens, wind and thunder faintly moved, as if they were guided by the sky swords. For a moment, the weather changed and a tyrannical aura instantly covered the entire sky. Ghost Cold and the others' pupils shrank. The power of the 2 sky swords in the sky far exceeded their imagination. Even he, who was in the 9th layer of tribulation, felt a sense of insignificance in front of these 2 sky swords. It was as if the heavens were punishing him, specifically to exterminate the evil in the world. It made his ghost flag's aura weaken by 30%. Tian Ran was shocked. She didn't think that after the Immortal Dew sword in her hand met the Shadow Clone, the 2 sky swords in the sky were like family reuniting. They supported each other and wanted to turn the entire world upside down. Wang. The clouds in the sky gradually transformed into sword shadows. Each sword shadow was evolving into the sky sword 9 guides. Then, at a certain moment, the 2 sky swords' sword tips suddenly collided. The sword chi overflowed, overbearing and cold. It was as if the world only had these 2 swords left. The sword chi intertwined with each other and then fiercely attacked Ghost Cold and the others. This sword was simple and unadorned. Anyone could easily dodge it. Chapter 1027. Immortal Dew and Shadow Clone. The 2 heavenly swords were mixed with the majestic heavenly might. The entire sky shook violently as if it was about to be overturned. The sound was deafening. The 2 sword chi slammed down and destroyed the dense ghost chi around the Gate of Hell. With a wild roar, the sword chi flew toward the people from the Gate of Hell. Ghost Cold's expression changed slightly. He never thought that Mu Yu and Tian Ran's swords could display such terrifying power. The combination of these 2 heavenly swords was enough to threaten him. Ghost Hand seals the sky. Gui Yuhan didn't dare to be careless. With a shout, he and the other 3 from the Gowl Gate protected the ghost flag. The ghost flag vibrated again, emitting an unbearable howl as if thousands of ants were corroding a tree. All sorts of sharp noises came from the ghost flag. If one's cultivation wasn't strong enough, they would have their eardrums pierced by these noises, never to be able to recognize anything. Gui Chi was protected in the middle by the 4 of them. Sinister ghost chi rolled out from every member of the ghost sect, intertwining with each other in the air. It was evil, cold, and filled with endless evil. At the same time, countless vengeful spirits formed a transparent white bone claw. The bone claw was 3,000 meters long, and there were many tiny vengeful spirits struggling to break free from each bone. With a single claw, it was as if even a towering mountain would be crushed into dust by this bone claw. Ghost Hand seals the sky, the domain ability sealed in the ghost flag. Boom! The sword chi and the bone claw fiercely collided, erupting with a terrifying fluctuation. The sword chi and ghost chi exploded with a loud bang, spreading out in all directions. The ground within a radius of 1,000 miles exploded once again. A layer of chi wave mixed with another layer of chi wave was like a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas, destroying the heavens and earth. The entire ground was constantly shaking, and the ground had long been damaged beyond repair. There were countless ravines and ravines, causing everyone to be shocked. Ghost Cold was indeed a master who was half a step into the Great Ascension stage. His Ghost Claw blasted out, and there was a faint Great Ascension stage domain ability on it. This domain ability sealed the entire space, and forcibly blocked the power of the two heavenly swords. However, the powerful impact also directly hit the four of them. With Ghost Cold as the leader, the four people from the Gate of Hell all turned pale at the same time. Their throats were already filled with blood. What a powerful sky sword! The sword Shadow Dust Wind truly lives up to its reputation. Ghost Cold and the other three forcefully swallowed the blood. Then, the four of them retreated. Ghost Chi rolled out from their bodies again, stabilizing the powerful ghost flag that Ghost Cold refined. Ghost Cold was half a step into the Darching stage, and his strength was invincible in the Crossing Calamity stage, not to mention that there were three other people in the Crossing Calamity stage. However, the four of them were facing the two heavenly swords of Mu Yu and Tian Ran together, and they were still faintly at a disadvantage. It must have something to do with the loss of their twins. Even so, Gui Yuhan's cultivation was higher than Mu Yu and Tian Ran's, not to mention that there were three other people who were not weak. Yet, they were only able to fight to a draw with the two heavenly swords. It was unbelievable. Mu Yu and Tian Ran joined forces. Although they blocked the Ghost Claw, their faces were slightly pale. After all, the strength of the other party was stronger than them. Although they were not weak, they also consumed a lot of spiritual power. Ghost Gathering. Ghost Cold shouted again. He stepped out and stood in the middle. The powerful aura of the Crossing Calamity Stage 9 burst out from his body. Countless white souls floated around him. The ferocious souls screamed miserably. It was extremely terrifying. Ghost and Shadow and the other two immediately understood. Powerful resentful souls also burst out from their bodies. These resentful souls were all refined by them. At this time, they were summoned by them. All the resentful souls gathered on Ghost Cold's body. The momentum of Ghost Cold's body became stronger and stronger. It was like an endless ghost cave, imprisoning countless resentful souls. These vengeful spirits roared and rolled towards the ghost flag in front of Gui Yuhan's chest. Ghost Hand sealing the sky. The terrifying power of the field domain poured out again. Countless faces of resentful souls appeared on the ghost flag, as if they were trying to break free from the ghost flag. However, gradually, the ghost flag gradually evolved and formed a pale bone claw again. Different from the bone claw that was summoned in a hurry just now, this bone claw seemed to break the void. The surrounding air seemed to be unable to bear the power of the bone claw, and it constantly produced air current. As soon as the bone claw appeared, the resentful souls reverberated in all directions. The wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded through the sky. The power of the field domain actually suppressed the power of the two heavenly swords. However, Ghost Cold's face also became extremely pale. Although he was half a step into the Great Vehicle stage, he was still not at the Great Vehicle stage. He had not fully comprehended the field domain of the Great Vehicle stage. This ghost flag was also not refined by him. It was guided by the sealed Gui Zu. If he wanted to use the power of the ghost flag, he still had to pay a high price. When the ghost flag was fully displayed, it required a strong ghost aura as support. The four of them had lost the twins and had not fully recovered. Therefore, forcibly using the ghost flag at this time consumed a lot of their energy. They thought that by relying on the ghost boundary, Mu Yu and the others would not be able to escape. However, they did not expect that the ghost boundary would be destroyed by the soul returning to the heart. At this time, Mu Yu and Tian Ran had activated the heavenly swords and communicated with the sword intent of the sky. If they did not use this ghost flag, they would not be able to take down Mu Yu at all. You destroyed the gate of hell and stole the soul returning to the heart. I will extract your souls and refine them so that you will never be reincarnated. Ghost Cold looked at Mu Yu with resentment. Then, he shouted loudly. His bone claw had already broken through the void and waved toward the two of them. However, Mu Yu and Tian Ran had been connected by the wind-wind heart-linking formation. Their minds were connected. The sword qi in their hands reached the sky. Their momentum was like the sun in the sky. It had already overshadowed the 4 people from the gate of hell. Tianran, did you know that Master's 9 heavenly swords were originally one? Mu Yu looked at Tianran. This was the first time he used the heavenly swords with Tianran. When they used the wind-wind heart-linking formation, he saw that Tianran's heart was always so pure. It was like a piece of white paper. On the white paper, there were only a few simple shadows, Miao Yuyan, Feng Haochen, and Mu Yu. He realized that he was also among them. A pure feeling of joy spread from the bottom of his heart. Tian Ran only cared about 3 people, and Mu Yu was one of them. Tian Ran smiled innocently. Every time she smiled, Mu Yu's heart would beat faster. I know. My mother told me before. When the 9 heavenly swords combine into one, they are unstoppable. So this means that the immortal dew and the split shadows can also combine into one. Mu Yu winked at Tian Ran. Tian Ran nodded thoughtfully. She smiled happily and said, "Then teach me quickly." The two of them gripped the swords with both hands again. The sword light stirred the firmament, and a roar seemed to resound from the 9 heavens. Then, the 2 vortexes in the sky began to gradually condense together. They began to draw close to each other, forming a huge vortex. Wang. The 2 heavenly swords seemed to be holding up the firmament, and also seemed to have pierced a hole in the sky. The sword intent in the firmament constantly poured from the vortex into the heavenly swords in their hands. The sword light illuminated the entire sky, and wind and thunder rumbled. Then, the 2 heavenly swords suddenly combined into one, forming a heavenly sword that was the fusion of green light and limpid autumn water. The heavenly sword trembled slightly, and was faintly discernible. It had the awe-inspiring clear light of the immortal dew, and also had the endless growth of the split shadows. The 2 heavenly swords combined together, like a long-lost family hugging each other. Suddenly, an even more majestic sword qi spread out, causing the entire sky to tremble. Swoosh! The sword qi instantly exploded, and countless sword shadows swirled in the air. Lightning flashed in the sword shadows, and it also seemed like falling leaves. There were even many green dragons. The sword force of the 9 heavenly sword guides continued to stack together, becoming more and more intense. In the end, it suddenly reached a peak. The 9th style of the 9 heavenly sword guides, 9 return to 1, great Tao to simplicity, return to simplicity. The sword pierced the firmament, destroyed the void, and met Ghost Cold's bone claw head-on. With a loud bang, the 2 collided, stirring up the whole world. The powerful fluctuations rolled out again. The heavenly sword actually directly pierced through the bone claw, and cracks appeared on the insufferably arrogant bone claw. Then, with a soft sound, the cracks exploded, turning into thousands of bone fragments that were directly destroyed by the sword qi. The sword qi's power did not diminish, and it continued to fall toward Ghost Cold. Ghost Cold's pupils shrank. He was shocked and furious. He did not expect that the 2 heavenly swords would combine into one and destroy the bone claw he created, even though he had already fully displayed the ghost flag that had the aura of a domain. Go! Ghost Cold roared, put away the ghost flag, and jumped back. He did not dare to meet the sword head-on. At least in the case of losing the twins, he could not use his strength at all. However, he could escape, but the remaining 3 tribulation stage elders could not escape in time. They widened their eyes in horror. The sword gradually enlarged in their eyes, and finally fell down, and the sword qi invaded their bodies. The 3 of them widened their eyes, and cracks appeared on the surface of their bodies. The domineering and biting cold sword qi drilled out of their bodies, like a wild beast that could not wait to break out of their bodies. Bang! 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 Ghost and Shadow and the other 2 in the air were directly smashed into pieces by the sword qi, and exploded into thousands of pieces. Even their souls did not have time to escape. Mu Yu and Tian Ran's faces turned slightly pale. Although the sword was powerful, it also consumed a lot of their spiritual energy. At this time, the heavenly swords had returned to two and scattered, falling into their hands. Ghost Cold was furious. His heart was bleeding. Another 3 tribulation stage elders of the gate of hell died in front of him. Mu Yu, remember this. One day, I will definitely take revenge for today's blood debt and consign you to eternal damnation. Ghost Cold did not dare to continue fighting. He had lost 3 tribulation stage elders, and he had not fully recovered from the loss of the twins. Now, his foundation was damaged by the 2 heavenly swords, and his body was seriously injured. It was impossible for him to continue fighting with the other party alone, not to mention that there was also Shadow Killer Netherworld, who was eyeing him covetously, and whose cultivation was unfathomable. Ghost Cold already had the intention to retreat. But at this time, a white shadow suddenly streaked across the sky, as if it had been waiting for him. Its speed was so fast that even Ghost Cold did not have time to react. Then, Ghost Cold's body suddenly trembled. His chest was pierced by a small claw, and the claw had already grabbed his heart. His whole body twitched violently. "Little devil, why are you shouting those threatening words? Did you ask this Marshal if you want to escape?" Little Marshal's figure was extremely fast. When Ghost Cold did not have the twins and was seriously injured, he had already made his move. "How is this possible? How can you break through my ghost shield?" Ghost Cold looked at the small hand on his chest in disbelief. His soul wanted to break free, but the small hand seemed to be tightly holding onto his soul, not giving him any chance to break free. "Your tortoise shield. What is this bastard's tortoise shield in front of this Marshal's invincible little claw?" Little Marshal's sharp blade, which was as thin as a cicada's wing, flickered with a chilling light. Until now, there had never been anything that his claws could not cut through, let alone Ghost Cold, who was seriously injured by Sky Sword. "You no longer have the chance," Mu Yu said indifferently. At this time, Ghost Cold was seriously injured. He did not have the twins, and his ghost flag was also damaged. But if he let such a person escape, when he fully recovered in the future, he would definitely cause a lot of trouble for Mu Yu. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Whoosh! Mu Yu had already slashed out with his sword. Shadow Sword Chi instantly chopped off Ghost Cold's head. The sword Chi entered his body, shattering his entire body into pieces. His soul was also ground into ashes, leaving no chance for him to rise from the ashes. Chapter 1028. Swordlight filled the air and swept through the entire gate of hell. The dense ghostly aura vanished under Mu Yu's sword. The entire gate of hell had been razed to the ground. Even the ghost pit was damaged and collapsed. All the people in the gate of hell had been killed by Mu Yu, including the gatemaster of the gate of hell, Ghost Cold. The remaining people in the gate of hell outside had already been resuscitated by the twins. Some had even had their bodies taken over by the twins. They were no longer able to stir up trouble in the cultivation world. "Then you're next." Mu Yu was not careless. He once again turned his sword towards the spy in the gate of hell who had yet to make a move. This was Shadowkill Akron, who had a gloomy aura but was quite powerful. If they really fought, Mu Yu felt that he would not be able to defeat him so easily. "I didn't think that even Ghost Cold would fall in your hands. You've really made me look at you in a new light." Shadowkill Akron had been watching from the side when he was fighting Ghost Cold and the other 3. He did not help Mu Yu or Ghost Cold. When Mu Yu killed Ghost Cold, he did not even frown. It was as if Ghost Cold's death was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Mu Yu and Tian Ran both gripped the Heaven Sword in their hands tightly. Shadowkill Atron's voice was still mixed with echoes. He looked at the Shadow Clone Sword in Mu Yu's hand, then glanced at the Immortal Dew Sword in Tian Ran's hand and praised, "Sword Shadow Dust Wind's Heaven Sword is indeed worthy of its reputation. If you want to experience it, I'll accompany you." Mu Yu silently took out the pure spiritual energy he had refined from the Twin Corpse Sea. He quickly recovered his spiritual energy and helped Tian Ran recover as well. He and Tian Ran's sword strike was powerful enough to kill Ghost Cold, but they had consumed a lot of their spiritual power. The current situation was not optimistic. Shadowkill Akron said, "If you hadn't fought Ghost Cold, you might have been able to fight me. But now, you're no match for me. You can try. Mu Yu was not afraid. Not only had he fought Ghost Cold, but he had also fought against Akatsuki's soul transference in the Ghost Cave's 18 levels of hell. He had also fought against Gui Zhu. Even Mu Yu found it very difficult to fight 3 powerful opponents in a row. However, if Shadowkill Akron wanted to obtain Chengyan's whereabouts from him, Mu Yu would not let him succeed. Mu Yu, we can still defeat this annoying guy together. Tian Ran raised the immortal Dew sword again. Although her face was slightly pale, she did not shrink back. Ha ha ha. You're too naive. Ghost Cold and the others died at your hands only because you destroyed their twins first. But I'm Shadowkill. You should understand that I'm different from them. The 2 of you are no match for me. Shadowkill Akron sneered. They're not 2 people. Duke Meng coldly snorted and stood beside Mu Yu. Although his injuries had not completely recovered, when Mu Yu and Ghost Cold were fighting, he had quickly refined the pure spiritual energy that Mu Yu had given him. He was now able to fight. Shadowkill Akron looked at Duke Meng with some surprise. Since when did the Gate of Life and Death choose to help Sword Shadow and Dust Wind? Duke Meng was silent for a moment. I, old Jiangyu, am no longer a member of the Gate of Life and Death. Shadowkill Akron sized up old Jiangyu and said in surprise, Old Jiangyu, so you're the traitor from the Gate of Life and Death 50 years ago, old Jiangyu. Even I misjudged you. I never thought that the famous old Jiangyu would actually become Meng Po's twin. Old Jiangyu. Mu Yu turned to look at Duke Meng. He always thought that Duke Meng's name was Duke Meng. At least, everyone's impression of the husband of Meng Po, who guarded the Bridge of Helplessness, was definitely Duke Meng. Old Jiangyu explained faintly, Duke Meng is just what that old woman announced to the public after framing me. In order to cover up her dirty deeds, my original name was Old Jiangyu. Mu Yu didn't know much about the Gate of Life and Death. He didn't have much contact with the Gate of Life and Death. He only met Sai Wusheng from the Gate of Life and Death when he was in the 2nd layer of heaven. Since then, all his troubles came from the Gate of Hell and the 3rd layer palace. Therefore, he didn't know what the 3 words Old Jiangyu meant to the Gate of Life and Death. Tian Ran on the side exclaimed, You're the famous Old Jiangyu? Old Jiangyu glanced at Tian Ran. Even a little girl remembers me. I thought the cultivation world had long forgotten about me, Tian Ran said with some vigilance. I heard from my elders that the number 1 master of the Gate of Life and Death, Old Jiangyu, reached the 9th layer of heaven passing tribulation at the age of 36. He was a famous genius in the cultivation world. He was the most terrifying character of the 8 gates. Unfortunately, he killed the gate master of the Gate of Life and Death for a woman, which was his master, and betrayed the Gate of Life and Death. This matter caused a huge sensation in the cultivation world at that time. Later on, he disappeared from the cultivation world. Oh, you didn't refine your master into your own twin, did you? Xiao Shui said with disgust. Endless anger appeared on old Jiangyu's face. Nonsense. How could I kill my master? In order to refine me into her twin and gain my trust, that old woman used despicable means to kill my master when he wasn't paying attention. She then framed me for this matter. I went to find her for revenge, but I didn't expect to be trapped by her for so many years. Mu Yu was shocked. He didn't think that Duke Meng of the Twin Corpse Sea was the number 1 master of the Gate of Life and Death. He also had a past that no one knew about. Right now, old Jiangyu's cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th layer of heaven passing tribulation. Naturally, it was because he had just escaped and hadn't fully recovered. Tian Ran realized that she seemed to have said something she shouldn't have and quickly explained, Sorry, this is what my elders said. The older generation passed it down like this, so I don't know about the past. Old Jiangyu coldly snorted and waved his hand. Forget it, this matter is already in the past. That vicious woman is also dead, so I have taken my revenge. I'm not a good person, but Mu Yu, you helped me fulfill my wish, so I will help you. Old Jiangyu moved Mu Yu a lot. As a member of the Gate of Life and Death, old Jiangyu must have killed a lot of people. However, this kind of person was at least principled in doing things. 1 was 1, 2 was 2. He was much better than those hypocritical and cowardly cultivators in Dong Sho City. Shadowkill Netherworld looked at old Jiangyu with admiration. What a pity, if old Jiangyu was at his peak, I might have been a bit afraid. However, you can't be of much help right now. The sword in Mu Yu's hand once again blossomed with green light. He indifferently said, if you want to fight, then fight. What's with all this nonsense? Shadowkill Netherworld's feet already emitted a biting cold yellow light. The huge python spat out its sharp fangs and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It was actually a bit stronger than Ghost Cold. This guy really hid his strength well. Mu Yu and Tian Ran looked at each other and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. In order to kill Ghost Cold, the two of them had already expended a large amount of spiritual energy. They only had a slight advantage because Ghost Cold didn't have twins. However, Shadowkill Netherworld wasn't a member of the Gate of Hell, so he didn't have any misgivings. Not to mention, just the two words Shadowkill had enough weight to make people have no choice but to take him seriously. The atmosphere became oppressive again. Mu Yu and the other two also held their breaths and were on guard. With the ghost boundary broken, the yin energy of the Gate of Hell also dissipated. Sunlight once again shone on the ground, reflecting people's shadows. Netherworld glanced at the sunlight in the sky. He had already landed in the black shadow below the huge yellow snake. He sneered, it seems that I still need to personally make a move against you. All I want is Chengyan's whereabouts. If you tell me, I can leave. In your dreams. Mu Yu replied straightforwardly. The huge yellow snake under Shadowkill Netherworld's feet suddenly dispersed, turning into 6 3-meter-long snake shadows. The 6 snake shadows quickly swept through the air. These 6 snakes had abdominal wings growing from their abdomens, allowing them to glide nimbly in the air. The snake shadows quickly swept across the ground. Shadowkill Netherworld's figure was mixed in with the snake shadows, quickly moving towards Mu Yu and the other two. Jiangyu's body emitted a strange aura. Mu Yu and Tian Ran also raised the heavenly swords in their hands. If Shadowkill Netherworld wanted to make a move, they had to meet him head-on. However, at this moment, a series of flower petals suddenly floated down from the sky. These flower petals sprinkled down, beautiful and colorful. They spun in the air and floated with the wind, landing on Shadowkill Netherworld's snake shadows. Ding! The flower petals created ripples in the air. As the ripples spread, the flower petals covered the snake shadows, perfectly covering them. Following that, a pleasant flute sound came from afar, causing the flower petals to dance. Following that, the nimble flying snakes were imprisoned in the air. The 6 snake shadows kept struggling, but their shadows seemed to be nailed to the ground by the flower petals. They were unable to break free. This was a very strange phenomenon. Shadowkill Netherworld knew how to use his shadows to move, but this time, he was restrained by his own shadows. Who is it? Shadowkill Netherworld roared angrily and had already retreated. The yellow spring water surged out from the ground once again as he steadied himself. Mu Yu and Tian Ran looked at the flower petals that suddenly appeared in astonishment. This was not the first time they had seen such a strange scene. It was as though someone's memories had been dug out from their minds. Following that, they understood what had happened. Aya, it's so lively here. I thought the Gate of Hell was playing with ghosts all day long and had blown itself up. It really was blown up. TSK. Shimon Wuji's lazy and leisurely voice came from afar. He leisurely floated over step by step while stepping on the flower petals. His long robe fluttered in the wind. His handsome and bewitching face carried a wanton and unruly smile. The aura on his body was incomparably ostentatious. Sure enough, it's this shameless guy. Mu Yu sighed in relief. Who would have thought that Shimon Wuji would jump out at this time? He hadn't seen this guy for several years. This guy Shimon Wuji was Xie Bulao's favorite disciple. His innate talent was extremely monstrous. Moreover, he had cultivated several years earlier than Mu Yu and others. He had become a passing calamity expert. Mu Yu didn't feel surprised at all. Mu Yu even felt that this guy Shimon Wuji wouldn't need to pass any heart tribulation when he stepped into passing calamity stage. They evil faction people did things as they pleased. They basically didn't have so many grievances and disputes. But this guy Shimon Wuji was very unreliable. He did things based on his mood. One moment, he said he was here to help you, and the next moment, he planned to kill you. However, Mu Yu knew that since this guy could appear here so rashly, he was most likely here to help him. Now, he was more confident in dealing with Shadowkill Netherworld. Falling Flower Evil Shadow, what a powerful evil technique. It seems that you have obtained the true teachings of Xie Bu Lao. You are quite powerful. Shadowkill Netherworld coldly looked at Shimon Wuji. My old man invented the Falling Flower Evil Shadow, which is specially used to suppress sneaky shadows. It's a pity that your silhouette being organization doesn't accept the mission to assassinate me, so I haven't had a chance to use it. Shimon Wuji said with some regret. No chance to use it. No one wants to kill you, and you still dislike it. Is there something wrong with your brain? Little Handsome shouted. When Mu Yu heard about the Falling Flower Evil Shadow, he was also surprised. Every time this guy appeared, he would sprinkle some flowers and then play a little flute to pretend to be profound. Mu Yu originally thought that Shimon Wuji was just doing it for show, but he didn't expect that these flower petals and flute music would be so powerful. It was even invented by Xie Bu Lao to suppress Shadowkill. Thinking about it, this guy often caused trouble everywhere in the cultivation world and offended countless people. With so many people wanting to kill him, there would definitely be someone who would ask the powerful Shadowkill to deal with him. But he still lived freely until now. It turned out that it was because Shimon Wuji had the evil technique to suppress Shadowkill's shadow, and the Shadowkill organization was unwilling to accept this kind of mission. Shimon Wuji stretched lazily, then looked at Mu Yu and said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, we meet again." "Shut up." Mu Yu responded without thinking. "Still so rude. It's really a waste for me to come here. But little sister Tian Ran, how have you been recently?" Shimon Wuji winked at Tian Ran. "I am Duan Baiqing." Tian Ran remembered that she had an illusion array with her, so she promptly said. Shimon Wuji laughed heartily. "Little sister, don't tease your brother. You are much better looking than that fierce woman Duan Baiqing. Last time I peeked at her bathing, and she chased me for 20,000 miles. But now she doesn't dare to come and find me again. Truly regretful." Shimon Wuji opened his evil nether fan and leisurely fanned it. He didn't have any scruples in speaking, and said whatever he wanted to say. "Tian Ran is now my girl, you better be careful with your words," Mu Yu warned. Tian Ran secretly glanced at Mu Yu, and her face blushed. Shimon Wuji curled his lips. "How come all the famous flowers are taken? I am so handsome, how come I am still single?" "Handsome people are generally single," Little Handsome happily said on Mu Yu's shoulder. "I like this little guy, haha." Shimon Wuji laughed loudly. He and Little Handsome, these two narcissistic guys, were simply shameless. Shadowkill coldly looked at Shimon Wuji. "Shimon Wuji, you also want to get involved in this mess?" "Voila." Shimon Wuji put away his evil nether fan, then lazily said, "I have been involved in this mess for so many years. Are you that surprised?" Chapter 1029. Shadowkill Netherworld didn't act rashly. As Xie Bu Lao's disciple, Shimon Wuji's strength was extraordinary. With Shadowkill Netherworld's identity, he definitely knew what kind of person Xie Bu Lao was. Xie Bu Lao had spent his entire life researching how to defeat the 9 guiding heavenly sword. Many cultivation techniques were abandoned after he created them, but many of them were enough to cause people to go crazy if they spread to the cultivation world. Since Xie Bu Lao had specially researched how to deal with the falling flower evil shadow of the silhouette being, then with Shimon Wuji's cultivation, Shadowkill Netherworld wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. "It seems that I was careless today, but Mu Yu, I still have to remind you that Chengyan's actions have violated the taboo of our silhouette being race. We will not let this matter go. Not only me, but some people will also find trouble with Chengyang." Shadowkill Netherworld coldly snorted, and then the yellow spring water under his feet emerged and wrapped around him. Then, all the spring water shot out and fell into the abyss on the ground of the Gate of Hell, and Shadowkill Netherworld had already disappeared. He ran pretty fast. Shimon Wuji took out his fan and said leisurely. Mu Yu had some doubts in his heart. What did Cheng Yang do to violate the taboo of the silhouette being race? Who was the some people Netherworld was talking about? Although Mu Yu couldn't understand this, he didn't intend to stop Shadowkill Netherworld from leaving. Now that the Gate of Hell had been destroyed, it had already caused a huge commotion. Perhaps in a while, more people would come to check the situation. Even the people from the Third Palace were very likely to appear. It was not wise to continue entangling with Shadowkill Netherworld. Let's get out of here. Mu Yu didn't say anything and immediately took the lead to leave. Tian ran and the others followed closely behind, and Shimon Wuji also followed. They flew all the way to the west, and after flying for 2 hours, they stopped on a mountain peak. Mu Yu, Tian ran, and Jiyu Jiang Yu all sat down cross-legged and began to adjust their breathing. In order to kill Ghost Cold, they had expended a great deal of spiritual energy. Seeing that Mu Yu and the others were cultivating, Shimon Wuji was bored to death and was exchanging thoughts about Shimon Wuji versus Pan Enlian with Xiao Shuai. So you were doing those things with Pan Enlian at the Red Flower Willow Green building? Xiao Shuai asked curiously. That's right, little guy, let me tell you, the girls there are really hot. You can pinch them lightly and water will come out. Especially the number 1 flower, that skill, TSK, you don't know, it's enough. Shimon Wuji explained unceasingly. But Xiao Shuai nevertheless couldn't wait and interrupted Shimon Wuji's explanation. Is the food in Red Flower Green Willow building delicious? Of course it's delicious, but the girls there are even better, especially the number 1 Hua Hua. That skill, what's there to eat? Do you have beef patties? Do you have roasted beef kidney? Is there a lot of stuffing in the meat bun? Little Handsome's face was full of excitement. Shimon Wuji looked at Xiao Shuai with a stupefied expression. He didn't understand why the topic of talking about the girls of Red Flower Willow Green building changed to food. After recovering, Mu Yu suddenly heard the words of Xiao Shuai, and couldn't help but laugh. Okay, Shimon Wuji, it's useless for you to exchange thoughts with Xiao Shuai. His focus is not on the girls, but the food of Red Flower Willow Green building. At that time when White Ape Demon King secretly took Xiao Shuai to that kind of place, Xiao Shuai ate the food of Red Flower Willow Green building. But Xiao Shuai was thinking about the food of that kind of place. The food of this kind of place was very delicious. Because there was a saying, if you want to capture the heart of a man, you have to bind the stomach of a man. So the food of that kind of place generally wouldn't be bad. Unfortunately, many men didn't go there for the food, but Xiao Shuai was the opposite. Shimon Wuji shook his head. You little guy, you are destined to be single for your whole life. Mu Yu didn't think that Xiao Shuai would be single for his whole life. Wherever this guy went, there were people who liked him. Even the rank 6 monster beast demon toad and the rank 7 monster beast ink demon gorilla were attracted to Xiao Shuai. Mu Yu immediately asked, Shimon Wuji, how did you suddenly appear in the Gate of Hell? To say that he just happened to appear in this place, it was a bit too much of a coincidence. Shimon Wuji shook his fan helplessly and shook his head. I can't help it, a Darching stage guy sent me here. That guy said you might be in trouble, so he sent me here. How can I be so unlucky? Every time you cause trouble, I have to clean up your ass. Mu Yu asked in surprise, who is that senior? Shimon Wuji rolled his eyes. That Darching stage guy threatened me with lightning. Who do you think he is? Spiritual Master Ni Lei? Mu Yu was surprised. He only knew Spiritual Master Ni Lei who could use lightning magic in the Darching stage. The powerful domain ability of Shattered Thunder Dust still amazed Mu Yu. That's him. Shimon Wuji said. Why did you agree with him? Mu Yu felt a little surprised. Shimon Wuji didn't look like a guy who would easily admit defeat. Even if Spiritual Master Ni Lei threatened him, if Shimon Wuji was unhappy, he would have gone to visit a brothel halfway. Why would he come here? Shimon Wuji smiled. I did it for you. Come on. Mu Yu's face was full of disbelief. Fine. He saved my life. We evil people are not afraid of anything, but we are afraid of owing a favor, alas. Shimon Wuji shook his head. Xiao Shuai looked at Shimon Wuji. Aren't you known as an undying cockroach? Will your life be in danger? Shimen Wuji rolled his eyes at Xiao Shuai. When a cockroach hasn't grown up, it is not the opponent of the third palace. Those fleas of the third palace wanted to control me, so they sent a darching stage cultivator to kill me. I almost fell. Mu Yu nodded thoughtfully. Although Shimen Wuji's vitality was tenacious, facing a darching stage cultivator, he was at his wit's end. Where is spiritual master Ni Lei? Mu Yu asked again. He now had soul returning to mind, but he didn't know how to use it. He still couldn't repair Deadwood Daddy's soul, but spiritual master Ni Lei might know how to do it. Shimen Wuji shrugged his shoulders. I was pulled out from a group of women by him. He told me to come to this place to find you, and then left. How do I know where he is? Mu Yu fell into contemplation. Who was this spiritual master Ni Lei? How did he know his whereabouts? Could it be that spiritual master Ni Lei had been secretly observing him? If that was the case, why was he hiding? Do you have any news about Luo Shong? Mu Yu asked again. You mean Luo Shong? He is busy with a very frightening matter. Shimen Wuji said mysteriously. What frightening matter? Mu Yu frowned. He felt a little uneasy in his heart. Shimen Wuji shook his head. I don't know. He came to find me a while ago. Now he has become a little, how should I say it? It makes my heart palpitate. This guy is very powerful, and his murderous aura is too heavy. It is a little strange. Strange? Can it be more strange than you? Xiao Shuai sneered. Shimen Wuji replied with certainty. You are right, no one can be more strange than me. Mu Yu clenched his fists. Judging from the strength Shimen Wuji had just displayed, he was at least at the 9th heavenly layer of crossing tribulation, but he was afraid of Luo Shong. How powerful was Luo Shong's murderous aura? He also thought of Xiong Nan. What was the situation of Xiong Nan now? Also, what about Cheng Yang? Mu Yu didn't rely on his murderous aura anymore, but if Luo Shong and Xiong Nan were to continue to be corroded by his murderous aura, the consequences would be unimaginable. He clearly knew how terrifying that murderous aura was. Why did Luo Shong look for you? Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Shimen Wuji rubbed his chin and looked at Mu Yu with a smile yet not a smile. Then, his gaze fell on Tian Ran who was resting at the side. The sky was very blue, just like a mirror. The white clouds were wiped away, and the blue color made people feel relaxed and happy. All the big cities in the cultivation world were preparing for the battle against human. They were actively looking for the whereabouts of human and killing even more human. Thus, they could obtain soul points and exchange them for even more treasures from the 8 gates. Or, the more shortcut method was to find a way to kill people with higher cultivation than them. In order to obtain information about human, self-cultivators spread the news very quickly. Once a human appeared in a city, the news would quickly spread to other cities. News spread quickly, and it wasn't just the news about the human devil clan. Any new movements among the 8 gates also spread quickly. Wuqiu City. Wuqiu City's guards were very strong because there were 6 tribulation stage experts guarding the city. Among them, Elder Tian Huyang of Stargate was the leader. The 6 tribulation stage elders made people feel very safe. With these 6 people guarding the city, why would they worry about not being able to kill human? But today, the 7th tribulation stage expert came to Wuqiu City. Tian Yuehan's appearance in Wuqiu City caused a stir. No one knew why the Gate Master of Stargate would personally come here, but his arrival undoubtedly boosted everyone's confidence. If it wasn't for the news that spread in Wuqiu City 2 hours later, perhaps everyone would think that Tian Yuehan was here to lead them to fight human. A terrifying battle broke out in the sky outside Wuqiu City. This battle shocked the entire city, and ghostly energy almost covered half of Wuqiu City. Outside Wuqiu City, the Gate of Hell's 2nd stage tribulation stage elder, Ghost Depression Chen, roared angrily, Tian Yuehan, I respected you as the Gate Master of Stargate, so I didn't attack you. But you attacked me without any reason, don't go too far. He had just defeated the resuscitation twins in his body and killed the twins that were almost as strong as him. He had used up a lot of spiritual energy and was about to rush back to the Gate of Hell to investigate, but he was stopped by Tian Yuehan and Tian Huyang. Go too far. You people from the Gate of Hell destroyed the foundation of Stargate, and you dare to say that we're going too far? Gate Master, kill him. Tian Huyang didn't give Ghost Depression any chance to explain and directly attacked him. Tian Yuhen also angrily summoned a long spear and attacked Ghost Depression Chen. Tian Yuhen, if you kill me, the Sanchong Palace won't let you go. Ghost Depression Chen shouted anxiously. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for Stargate's Gate Master, Tian Yuhen, let alone now that he had lost his twins. Tian Yuhen hesitated when he heard the words Sanchong Palace, but Tian Huyang was already fighting with Ghost Depression Chen. Tian Yuhen thought of Tian Xingzhou's death and the fall of the 7 immortal mountains. He was filled with hatred and rushed over without hesitation. Tian Yuhen, you'll regret this. Gloomy Ghost roared angrily, but Tian Huyang had already slashed Gloomy Ghost's head with his saber, chopping it off. The Crossing Calamity Stage Elder of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Depression Chen, was dead. Gate Master, I have to go back to Wuqiu City and kill the rest of the people from the Gate of Hell. Tian Huyang angrily rushed back to Wuqiu City. At this time, the entire Wuqiu City was shocked. Everyone saw the Gate Master of Stargate kill the Elder of the Gate of Hell with his own hands. The two sects had obviously turned against each other. This was explosive news. No one expected Tian Yuhen to work with Tian Huyang to kill Ghost Depression Chen as soon as he arrived at Wuqiu City. However, an even more shocking rumor spread in Wuqiu City. Stargate and the Gate of Hell had killed each other. Whether it was Stargate or the Gate of Hell, they no longer existed. The two sects had been completely erased from the cultivation world. After Tian Yuhen killed Ghost Depression Chen, he was about to head to Wuqiu City. However, at this time, his expression changed drastically. A powerful aura came from Wuqiu City. This aura made him feel extremely pressured. Not good. Tian Yuhen quickly rushed into Wuqiu City. Extreme Celestial Pavilion outside Wuqiu City. Tian Yuhen knelt on the ground with a pale face. His entire body was trembling. Anyone who saw this scene would feel extremely strange. As the Gate Master of Stargate, Tian Yuhen's status was extremely noble. He had just killed Ghost Depression Chen from the Gate of Hell. However, at this time, he was kneeling on the ground with an extremely frightened expression. How could such a person do such a thing? Tian Yuhen, how dare you? How dare you do such a thing? In front of Tian Yuhen stood a person glowing with white light. The pressure on his body was like a mountain, making it difficult for Tian Yuhen to breathe. The white-haired Tian Huyang also knelt on the ground in shock. He did not dare to raise his head to look at the person in front of him. That was the power of a great vehicle stage. The person in front of Tian Yuhen was a palace envoy from the third palace. Master, I was momentarily blinded by anger and did not consider the consequences. However, Ghost Cold actually snuck into Stargate and killed our great elder. I saw it with my own eyes. I could not hold back my anger and killed Ghost Depression Chen with Elder Tian Huyang. His sect was destroyed and Tian Xingzhou was killed. Tian Yuhen was so angry that he almost lost his mind. This matter caused a huge commotion and made everyone in Wuqiu City know about it. Not to mention that killing Ghost Depression Chen was suggested by Tian Huyang. However, Tian Huyang said in shock, I did not kill Ghost Depression Chen. Gate Master, the person who killed Ghost Depression Chen with you was not me. I just rushed back to Wuqiu City. What? Tian Yuhen looked at Tian Huyang in shock. The palace envoy said coldly, that person was Zhuge Xiaosheng. You are getting worse and worse. You can't even recognize Zhuge Xiaosheng. Chapter 1030. Zhuge Xiaosheng? How could it be him? Tian Yuhen raised his head in disbelief. He was so angry that he didn't realize that the person who followed him all the way from Stargate and killed Ghost Depression with him wasn't Tian Huyang. Idiot! How did someone as stupid as you become the Gate Master of Stargate? What a piece of trash. Don't you think that there's something fishy about this? Did Ghost Cold eat a bear's heart or leopard's guts? Why would he go to Stargate and kill people? And even destroy Stargate? Haven't you thought about why he did this? The palace emissary was furious. Things had already gone out of his control. At this time, the news of the destruction of Stargate and the Gate of Hell had spread throughout the world of cultivation. Everyone was saying that the Gate Master of the Gate of Hell, Ghost Cold, had a disagreement with Tian Yuhen and led his subordinates to kill Tian Xingzhou's Grand Elder and destroy the 7 sacred mountains of Stargate, destroying the foundation of Stargate. In order to take revenge, Stargate joined forces with the Red Dust Sect and razed the Gate of Hell to the ground. At first, everyone was skeptical about this matter. However, Tian Yuhen and Tian Huyang killed Ghost Depression in front of everyone, which undoubtedly confirmed the truth of this matter. Tian Yuhen gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, Ghost Cold can't get away from this matter." The foundation of Stargate was destroyed just like that. Marshal Uncle Xingzhou is also dead. The Gate of Hell can't escape the blame. When Tian Yuhen thought about the 7 majestic mountains falling in front of him and the corpse of the heaven-traversing boat being thrown out of the Grand Formation, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although Stargate obeyed the orders of Sanchong Palace, he couldn't bear the fact that the pillar of Stargate, Tian Xingzhou, was killed. In addition, Zhuge Xiaoxing's impersonation of Tian Huyang added fuel to the fire. Tian Yuhen didn't have any reason to think about it. Moreover, Tian Yuhen was very sure that Ghost Cold had come to his territory. There was no doubt about it. As for Tian Huyang's impersonation of Zhuge Xiaoxing, he didn't have any suspicions because of Tian Xingzhou's death and the 7 sacred mountains falling. Bang! A white light flashed and Tian Yuhen was sent flying. He crashed into the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. Trash. A bunch of trash. If it weren't for the fact that you were still useful, I would have killed you first. The palace envoy was furious. Although Sanchong Palace used the Soul Formation to control all the tribulation passing stage cultivators of the 8 gates, the Soul Formation they controlled had a very obvious flaw. If they wanted to control them, they had to do it at close range. And Sanchong Palace couldn't be by Tian Yuhen's side all the time. They also didn't expect that Mu Yu would go to Stargate and the Gate of Hell instead of the Red Dust Sect. By the time the palace envoy got the news and rushed over, it was already too late. Wuqiu City was already in an uproar. All kinds of strange rumors quickly spread in Wuqiu City and all the other cities in the cultivation world. The 8 gates are killing each other because of the misallocation of resources. They're no longer willing to lead the cultivators to fight human. The Gate of Hell has been completely destroyed. All the twins are having problems. It's said that human invaded the Gate of Hell. Ghost Cold has already been killed by human. The tribulation passing stage elders are no match for human. Human is just pretending to be defeated. His real goal is to make everyone lower their guard so that he can destroy the 8 gates. A series of rumors suddenly spread to every city as if they'd grown wings. All the cultivators were in a state of panic. Their faith in the 8 gates was beginning to waver. The destruction of the Gate of Hell and Stargate undoubtedly made the rumors even more convincing. Village Chief Old Bu had arranged for people from the Array faction to secretly spread these rumors. Sanchong Palace wanted to use the 8 gates as the hope of the cultivators, but Village Chief Old Bu's strategy had already shattered everything. War wasn't just a contest of strength. It was also a contest of people's hearts. The 8 gates can't be trusted. We have to get the 9 arcane immortals to take action as soon as possible. The news that Village Chief Old Bu had people spread caused the cultivators to shift their hopes from the 8 gates to the 9 arcane immortals. If the destruction of the Gate of Hell and Stargate wasn't enough to explain everything, then the destruction of another of the 8 gates pushed the voices of the 9 arcane immortals to the limit. Scorched earth and spikes were everywhere. It was a complete mess. Thick smoke billowed and lingered for a long time, indicating that an extremely tragic battle had taken place here. Mu Yu silently looked at the devastation in front of him. He suddenly felt extremely carefree. This was the Red Dust Sect. The Red Dust Sect had been destroyed. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan had done it. Yesterday, Shimen Wuji and Mu Yu had a conversation about what Luo Shong had said to Shimen Wuji. The people of the Red Dust Sect did unforgivable things to my junior brother and even killed my junior sister. There's no need for this sect to continue existing. Those who hurt the people of the Falling Dust Sect will have to pay the price. These were Luo Shong's words. Luo Shong had sought out Shimen Wuji because he wanted to know more about the Red Dust Sect. Shimen Wuji had often interacted with the female disciples of the Red Dust Sect and had been hunted down here and there. He knew the characteristics of the Red Dust Sect, so he needed Shimen Wuji's information. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan did it purely to avenge the two of you. Little Shuai laughed. He didn't care about the destruction of the Red Dust Sect at all. The Red Dust Sect had originally been part of the plan, but because of Tian Ran's pleas, Mu Yu hadn't planned to take action. However, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan didn't have such thoughts. Tian Ran was their master's daughter. Whether it was Luo Shong or Xiong Nan and Chengyang, they all treated Tian Ran as their junior sister. When they heard that something had happened to Tian Ran and Mu Yu, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan actually joined forces to raise the Red Dust Sect to the ground. All for the sake of avenging their junior brother and junior sister. Senior brothers, the two of you really did something I couldn't do. Mu Yu sighed in his heart. Everyone in the cultivation world knew that Tian Ran was dead. Even Luo Shong and Xiong Nan didn't know that Tian Ran had come back to life. Therefore, almost as soon as Mu Yu went to destroy the Gate of Hell and Stargate, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan also joined forces to destroy the Red Dust Sect. Although Luo Shong and Xiong Nan were walking further and further down the path of slaughter, they still hadn't forgotten that they still had a junior brother and a junior sister who was pure and innocent. The two of them acted decisively. Luo Shong started a fire and Xiong Nan started a fire. The entire Red Dust Sect couldn't withstand their fury and was directly wiped out from the cultivation world. How did this happen? Tian Ran bit her lip and hugged Mu Yu tightly. She couldn't bear to see the place where she grew up turn into ruins. No matter how the Red Dust Sect treated her, this was still her former home. Chapter 1031. What about my mother? Did something happen to her too? Tian Ran was on the verge of tears. All the senior and junior sisters of the Red Dust Sect were dead, but she was more worried about her mother. Her mother had been imprisoned in the Red Dust Sect for many years without leaving. Now that the Red Dust Sect had been destroyed, she didn't know if she was still alive or not. Don't worry. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan know what to do. They know that your mother is our master's wife, so I'm sure they'll rescue her. Mu Yu comforted Tian Ran as he hugged her. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan knew about this, so they wouldn't speak without thinking. Even though their thoughts had become extreme and they had embarked on a completely different path, they still retained their memories and emotions of the past. They were very clear about Miao Yuyen's identity. Luo Shong, Xiong Nan, thank you. Mu Yu said in his heart. Even though the Red Dust Sect had done something unforgivable to Tian Ran and her mother, Tian Ran still cared about them and didn't want Mu Yu to touch the Red Dust Sect. If it weren't for Tian Ran's feelings, Mu Yu would have destroyed the Red Dust Sect with his own hands. I like Luo Shong and Xiong Nan's hot tempers. Next time, I'll save a drumstick for them, Little Shuai said with a grin. Mu Yu patted Little Shuai's head and tried to hold back his laughter. Now that he could take charge of a group of people, his senior brothers who didn't reason with their enemies for the sake of their junior brothers had always been a pillar of support in his heart. He would also go through water and tread on fire to protect his senior brothers. Therefore, when Shadowkill Underworld wanted Mu Yu to help find Chengyang, Mu Yu rejected him without hesitation. Brothers and family were the most treasured things. Shimen Wuji groaned and groaned. With a grieved and hateful look, he helplessly said, Ari, I pity those sisters of the Red Dust Sect. I didn't have the heart to do anything to them, so I didn't follow Luo Shong to destroy them. Those two are really heartless. At least they could have been captured for me to train. Mu Yu glared at Shimen Wuji. Shimen Wuji looked at Tian Ran and tactfully shut his mouth. Mu Yu was not in the mood to care about the lives of the other Red Dust Sect disciples. Right now, showing mercy to the enemy was the same as being cruel to oneself. Under such circumstances, there was no room for sympathy. Shimen Wuji, you really don't know where they are? Mu Yu asked again. He had always wanted to know where Luo Shong and Xiong Nan were so that he could meet them. Shimen Wuji shook his head. I don't know. That guy always appears and disappears like a ghost. I don't like the murderous aura on his body. I didn't even see Xiong Nan's face. Luo Shong only asked me if there was anything worth paying attention to in Red Dust Sect, and also where Tian Rant's mother was, then he left. Mu Yu pondered for a moment and remembered that Lan Ling and the others were still in the 50-mile garden in the south. That place just happened to be the gathering place of the evil sects. He asked, "The people of my Luo Chen mountain are all in the 50-mile garden in the south. Are they okay?" Shimon Wuji shrugged. "I've seen them. They're fine. That shabby courtyard is quite mysterious. It's protected by a powerful formation. There's even an evil formation set up by my old man. Even I can't force my way in." Mu Yu knew about this formation. When his master went there, he had set up a powerful formation. He knew how to get in. With the formation techniques of his master and Xie Bulao, they should be able to resist the people of the Third Palace. "Whatever. I still have some things to do. Don't order me around." Shimon Wuji left unhurriedly. Mu Yu at least knew that Luo Shong and Xiong Nan were together. This made him feel a little relieved. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan's strength was definitely above his. If they worked together, he basically didn't have to worry about the maggots below the Third Palace. "Old Jiangyu, what about you? Do you want to go back to the Gate of Life and Death?" Mu Yu turned around and asked. Old Jiangyu looked indifferently at the Red Dust Sect that no longer existed. He shook his head. "I have nothing to do with the Gate of Life and Death. If I go back now, they will kill me. I don't need to go back." Meng Po was dead. Old Jiangyu couldn't prove his innocence. He didn't need to prove anything. The Gate of Hell was destroyed. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. He got his revenge. This was the best ending for old Jiangyu. Mu Yu said, "You're seriously injured now. Why don't you come to my array sect to rest for a while? You can make plans after you recover. There are spies of the Third Palace everywhere in the cultivation world. If you're not careful, you'll be controlled by them. I don't want to see you in the future and have to kill you with my own hands." Old Jiangyu said coldly, "I'm not a good person. You better not take me in. Otherwise, I won't be able to control what I do." Mu Yu smiled. "There are no absolute good and bad people in this world. I don't think I'm a good person either. But at least I think we're both trustworthy people." Old Jiangyu's eyes moved. He looked at Mu Yu with a strange gaze. "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I'll bite the hand that feeds me when I recover?" "You're not," Mu Yu said. Old Jiangyu said coldly, "Don't think you know me well." "Then are you?" Mu Yu asked back. Old Jiangyu flung his sleeves. He was a bit annoyed by this question. He said, "Fine, I'll borrow your place to rest. I only have one request. You can't touch the people of Array Sect and Pill Cauldron Sect. I won't restrict your freedom. If you want to use something to cultivate, I suggest you deal with the remnants of the Gate of Hell and Stargate." Mu Yu's meaning was clear. Old Jiangyu was from the Gate of Life and Death. His cultivation method was very evil. He needed to kill people to refine his zombie cultivation method. But Mu Yu had long become indifferent to killing people. If old Jiangyu used the lives of people from the Gate of Hell and Stargate to cultivate, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. "I know what I'm doing." Old Jiangyu looked meaningfully at Mu Yu and didn't say anything else. Mu Yu knew that old Jiangyu wasn't someone who would go back on his words. When he used the Celestial Birth Reincarnation Seal to return to the past, he even helped Mu Yu escape after escaping. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Since he was once an expert of the 9th layer of tribulation, as long as he was helped recover his past cultivation, he might be useful in the future. Although old Jiangyu wasn't a completely good person, he at least had principles. He also received Mu Yu's favor. He knew what he should do. The three of them left the Red Dust Sect and rushed towards the Withered Tree Valley. He had made an agreement with Zhuge Xiaosheng that once the matter was over, they would meet there. After spending a few hours, when Mu Yu landed in the valley, Zhuge Xiaosheng was already there waiting for him. "Mu Yu, are you okay?" Zhuge Xiaosheng looked a bit pale and his breathing was a bit unstable. Mu Yu frowned and asked, "You're injured?" Zhuge Xiaosheng let out a long breath and shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's good enough that I'm still alive. I pretended to be Tian Huyang and instigated Tian Yuhen to kill Ghost Depression from the Gate of Hell. Although I killed him, a Grand Ascension Stage cultivator from the third layer palace rushed over and I almost didn't escape. A Grand Ascension Stage cultivator? Mu Yu was also nervous. Zhuge Xiaoxing and Tian Ran were the same. They had just stepped into the crossing tribulation stage not long ago. If something happened, he couldn't absolve himself from the blame. Then how did you escape? Mu Yu quickly asked. He didn't want anything to happen to Zhuge Xiaoxing. Now that Zhuge Xiaoxing was safe and sound, he was relieved. Chapter 1032. Tian Jiancheng. Mu Yu was surprised. He didn't think that the person lying on the ground would be Tian Jiancheng. He saved you. Mu Yu immediately walked over and squatted down to check Tian Jiancheng's injuries. He found that Tian Jiancheng was seriously injured and unconscious. His aura was also extremely chaotic. It seemed that he could die at any time. I used the pill you gave me to keep him alive. I thought that you should be able to save him. However, I still don't understand why Tian Jiancheng from Stargate would risk his life to save me. If he didn't rush over and use a strange technique to take me away from Wuqiu City, I'm afraid that I would have been captured by that Great Ascension Stage cultivator. Zhuge Xiaoxing's heart palpitated when he recalled the scene at that time. He originally pretended to be Tian Huyang and went to Wuqiu City to kill all the remaining people from the Gate of Hell. However, he didn't expect to meet the palace envoy as soon as he entered Wuqiu City. The Great Ascension Stage palace envoy suddenly appeared. The powerful pressure that burst out made Zhuge Xiaoxing unable to resist. At that time, he thought that he was going to die. However, Tian Jiancheng from Stargate hurriedly found him and saved his life. Although Mu Yu didn't know Tian Jiancheng's origin, he immediately transferred Mu Ling's vitality to Tian Jiancheng to help him recover from his injuries. At the same time, he took out the life-saving pill that Daoist Yun Dan gave him and let Tian Jiancheng take it. Who is this guy loyal to? Why would he risk his life to save old man Zhuge? Xiao Shui curiously jumped onto Tian Jiancheng's body and tapped Tian Jiancheng's chest with his finger. Then, he swung his tail a few times and gathered the surrounding spiritual energy into Tian Jiancheng's body. I don't know. He refused to explain himself. Although Mu Yu didn't have a good impression of the real Tian Jiancheng, he could be sure that the original Tian Jiancheng was dead. This was neither a demon soul nor Tian Jiancheng himself. It belonged to another soul that was parasitic in Tian Jiancheng's body. However, why this person would help him, Mu Yu still didn't understand. Tian Jiancheng said that his original name was Long Qing'an, but Mu Yu didn't know who the so-called Long Qing'an was. When he was at the Stargate, Mu Yu wanted to kill this person of unknown origin, but he still planned to save this person first. He didn't know why, but he always felt that Long Qing'an looked familiar. This time, Long Qing'an would risk his life to save Zhuge Xiaoxing, which was even more unexpected. But what made Mu Yu even more surprised was that Long Qing'an had a technique that could escape from a Darching Stage master. Who was the so-called master behind him? Mu Yu could only put all the doubts aside for the time being. The current mystery could only be asked when Long Qing'an woke up. Fortunately, Zhuge Xiaoxing used a 7th-order medicinal pill to keep Long Qing'an's life in the beginning. Now that Mu Yu took over, he knew more about how to save people. Soon, Long Qing'an's life aura stabilized, and the injuries in his body were also under control. Mu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. I think it won't be long before he wakes up. Mu Yu had been thinking about one thing, because Long Qing'an's body and soul didn't match very well, especially his soul, which was very familiar. He always felt that he had seen it somewhere before. Unfortunately, Mu Yu wasn't familiar with the soul, so he couldn't determine the identity of the other party. Even Gomang couldn't be sure. Zhuge Xiaoxing glanced at old Jiangyu in confusion, and then asked, Mu Yu, this fellow Daoist from the life and death sectors, old Jiangyu's aura was very cold and evil. After coming here, he just sat silently on the side and continued to meditate. As a member of the life and death sect, the unique aura on his body naturally couldn't be hidden from the experienced and knowledgeable Zhuge Xiaoxing. I forgot to introduce him. His name is Old Jiangyu, a member of the Life and Death sect. Mu Yu introduced. Old Jiangyu. This name. Zhuge Xiaosheng looked at old Jiangyu in surprise. You're the #1 expert of the life and death sect a few decades ago, old Jiangyu. You're also from the life and death sect. Zhuge Xiaosheng obviously also knew of old Jiangyu's reputation. After all, the matter of killing the life and death sect's leader could be said to be a hot topic in the cultivation world. At that time, Zhuge Xiaosheng also stood out in the cultivation world, so he naturally knew of this matter. Traitor, that's right. Old Jiangyu opened his eyes and coldly replied. Zhuge Xiaosheng frowned. He didn't trust the people from the life and death sect because the life and death sect was also a member of the 8 sects. The 8 sects were now controlled by the Third Palace, so they were not friends, but enemies. Mu Yu roughly explained what happened at the Gate of Hell. Zhuge Xiaosheng reluctantly nodded to old Jiangyu as a greeting. If it wasn't for Mu Yu, he wouldn't have trusted old Jiangyu. This time, everyone more or less suffered heavy injuries, so they immediately sat down cross-legged to recover. Mu Yu took out the spirit energy he collected from the Twin Corpse Sea for others to refine. The spirit energy that was swallowed by the black and white energy was quite pure. This spirit energy could be refined by everyone. As long as they calmly absorbed it, it could be completely converted into their own spirit energy. When Mu Yu opened his eyes, he was also very surprised. After refining the spirit energy of the transcending tribulation stage twins, his strength actually reached the 5th layer of transcending tribulation stage. This kind of technique that relied on swallowing other people's spirit energy to increase one's own cultivation was really strange. Even Mu Yu didn't know if there were any risks in doing this. He carefully sensed it, but he didn't notice anything unexpected. After the black and white spirit energy completely swallowed the twins' cultivation and then fed it back to Mu Yu, it actually increased his cultivation with half the effort. Xiao Shui bit an apple and sat on a rock in the distance. He crossed his legs and said, Mu Yu, does this mean that you can rely on swallowing other people's spirit energy to increase your own cultivation in the future? Mu Yu pondered for a moment and carefully sensed the situation in his body. Then he said, this is still very limited. Only by swallowing the spirit energy of transcending tribulation stage cultivators can my cultivation increase faster. Swallowing the spirit energy of body integration stage cultivators can't increase my cultivation at all. At most, I can only use it to recover my lost spirit energy. When swallowing others, Mu Yu had to be very focused and couldn't be interrupted. Therefore, it was impossible for him to swallow others at any time and place. It could be said that the drawbacks were very obvious. Tian Ran opened her eyes. She still looked a bit tired. She didn't say a word and flew to the top of the cliff in the valley. She sat on a rock with a sad expression. The wind at the top of the mountain was very strong. Tian Ran's dress fluttered in the wind. Mu Yu jumped over and sat next to Tian Ran. He said, silly girl, don't think too much. But my senior sisters were innocent. How could they kill Luo Shong and Xiong Nan just like that? Many of my senior sisters were very kind. It was only those elders who did evil. Those senior sisters didn't deserve to die. Tian Ran was in low spirits. She was very upset that such a large sect had been wiped out just like that. Many of the people in the Red Dust sect had grown up with her. Although the elders of the Red Dust sect forced Tian Ran to kill them, those senior sisters and junior sisters had nothing to do with it. Tian Ran couldn't bear to see them die just like that. Mu Yu looked at the ravaged valley overgrown with weeds. He didn't know how to comfort Tian Ran. In the past, he was worried that Tian Ran would be sad, so he gave up on the idea of finding trouble with the Red Dust sect. However, Luo Shong and Xiong Nan didn't think too much about it. They directly went to wipe out the Red Dust sect. Luo Shong and Xiong Nan didn't know you were still alive. They just wanted to avenge you, said Mu Yu. I know they did it for my own good, but I thought it would be fine as long as the elders of the Red Dust sect were subdued. They were the culprits, not my sisters. Tian Ran reached out and stroked a small blade of grass growing in a crack in the cliff. The grass was thin and weak, but it stubbornly took root in the crack of the cliff, illustrating the beauty of life. However, some lives were quickly blown away by the wind and no longer existed. Mu Yu looked at Tian Ran's sad expression and felt touched. Tian Ran didn't like the dead. Just like Mu Yu in the past, she naively believed that everything had its value and that no one had the right to take away another's life. Therefore, whether it was Mu Yu in the past or Tian Ran now, they both tried their best to be kind people. However, in the cultivation world, kind people often didn't have good endings. Mu Yu had learned this principle. Now, the only thing he could do was to use violence to solve problems, using violence to curb violence. However, Mu Yu couldn't tell Tian Ran how he felt. Tian Ran had always been an innocent girl. She was even more innocent than Mu Yu back in the Moyun Mountains. She hadn't experienced as much as Mu Yu, so she couldn't understand how Mu Yu felt. Mu Yu reached out and stroked Tian Ran's hair. He hoped that Tian Ran could understand all of this, but he also hoped that Tian Ran wouldn't be tainted by these things and lose her innocence. He said softly, "I just want you to know one thing. The reason why the people of the Red Dust Sect are so nice to you is because you inherited Master's talent. If you were just an ordinary person, the people of the Red Dust Sect would have abandoned you like a pair of worn-out clogs. When you were forced by the Red Dust Sect's elders, your senior sisters didn't stand up to help you. However, whether it's Luo Shong, Xiong Nan, Chengyang, or me, if anyone hurts you or your father, we will definitely take revenge. We, the people of Luo Chen Mountain, are willing to go against the entire cultivation world for the sake of our loved ones. You are a member of Luo Chen Mountain, not a member of the Red Dust Sect. Talent wasn't the most important thing for the people of Luo Chen Mountain. For example, Elder Zun, whose talent was extremely poor, and Lan Ling whose talent couldn't compare to the other senior brothers. As long as one became a member of Luo Chen Mountain, everyone was treated equally. Even when Elder Zun, who was in the Qi refinement stage, had just arrived and faced everyone with fear and trepidation, everyone acknowledged Elder Zun and took the initiative to restrain their Jindan period auras, trying their best not to affect him. They also didn't put on the airs of a Jindan period expert in front of Elder Zun. Not to mention, when Luo Shong had returned to Luo Chen Mountain as a nascent soul cultivator, he had been rather well behaved in front of Anshu. When he faced Chengyang, he had been a good junior brother. As for the Red Dust Sect and any other sects in the cultivation world that prioritized talent and cultivation, it was impossible for anyone to feel a sense of belonging. Tian Ran gritted her teeth. She knew that Mu Yu was right. In this world, the people who truly cared about her weren't the people of the Red Dust Sect, but her fellow disciples of Luo Chen Mountain. This was because when the people of the Red Dust Sect had forced her to cultivate the Red Dust Emotionless Mantra, her senior and junior sisters hadn't come to her rescue. "Thank you." Tian Ran's expression eased a lot. She hadn't spent much time with her fellow disciples of Luo Chen Mountain, but she had stayed in Luo Chen Mountain for more than a year. She understood the atmosphere of Luo Chen Mountain and was very fond of the sect her father had created. That sect was different from other sects because Luo Chen Mountain was a home, not a place for infighting and scheming. Chapter 1033. Long Qing'an, who had helped Zhuge Xiaoxing escape, finally woke up. When he woke up, his expression was still a little confused, but the moment he saw Mu Yu, his eyes revealed a trace of joy. He then struggled to stand up and was about to bow. "Thank you, Master Mu Yu, for saving my life." Long Qing'an's expression was humble. Mu Yu let Long Qing'an lie down and said, "You don't have to be so polite to me. I don't have a master-servant relationship with you." Long Qing'an still said respectfully, "Master asked me to help you, so I'm willing to do anything for you." Mu Yu frowned. The master behind Long Qing'an always made him feel uncomfortable. Zhuge Xiaoxing said from the side, "Although I don't understand why, I still have to thank you. You helped me twice." Long Qing'an quickly said, "Sect leader Zhuge, you don't have to thank me. Your life is much more important than mine." Mu Yu said in a low voice, "You still won't tell me who your master is, right?" Master said to let you know at the right time. I'm only responsible for carrying out orders. I really can't say anything else. Long Qing'an said. Mu Yu had a very strange impression of Long Qing'an. This person always gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. However, he knew that Long Qing'an would not be threatened by him. At this time, Long Qing'an helped Zhuge Xiaoxing escape, so Mu Yu couldn't really ignore him. After a while, Mu Yu said, "You helped us, so you definitely can't go back to Wuqiu City. You haven't recovered from your serious injuries. What's your next step? Did your master give you any instructions?" Long Qing'an's eyes flashed with a strange look, then he shook his head, "I don't know. Master gave me the ability to save my life, so I can escape from the hands of a Dacheng stage master, but in order to save Zhuge Xiaoxing, I caused a problem with this ability, so I can only wait here for further instructions from master." Mu Yu said coldly, "Are you going to wait for death here?" Long Qing'an did not answer, just lowered his head. Mu Yu snorted coldly. He couldn't casually leave the seriously injured Long Qing'an in this place. After all, according to Zhuge Xiaoxing, Long Qing'an helped Zhuge Xiaoxing cover up his identity when they were at the Stargate, and he even risked his life to rescue Zhuge Xiaoxing from Wuqiu City. Mu Yu was not an ungrateful person. However, Mu Yu didn't want to always be followed by a person of unknown origin. He refused to tell his true identity, but was always willing to help them, which made Mu Yu feel very angry. "How do you usually contact your master?" Mu Yu asked. Long Qing'an replied, "Usually, with a thought from my master, I will clearly know his orders and where to find him, because there is a special connection between me and my master. But what makes me feel very strange is that this connection seems to be cut off by something. Or rather, my lord, your body." Long Qing'an suddenly opened his eyes wide in surprise. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "Lord Mu Yu, why do you have that kind of aura on your body?" "What kind of aura on my body?" Mu Yu asked. Long Qing'an looked at Mu Yu with certainty. Then, as if he thought of something, he quickly asked, "Lord Mu Yu, have you received the soul transference from the Gate of Hell?" Mu Yu frowned. "How do you know? Could it be that you are also a member of the Gate of Hell?" Long Qing'an seemed to be a little flustered. He continued, "My lord, I am not a member of the Gate of Hell. If you want to use the soul transference to revive Deadwood Evergreen, please don't do it." Mu Yu never thought that Long Qing'an would say this. After all, he knew that the soul transference could heal soul injuries from the Gate of Hell. However, almost no one knew that he was looking for the soul transference to heal Deadwood Daddy's soul. But how did Long Qing'an even know about this? Most importantly, Mu Yu had just received the soul transference not long ago. How did Long Qing'an know about it? "Who the hell are you? You better not test my patience." Mu Yu grabbed Long Qing'an's collar. He would not treat the matter of Deadwood Daddy as a joke. As long as he could save Deadwood Daddy, he would do anything. Now that he had received the soul transference, what he wanted to do the most was to revive Deadwood Daddy. However, Long Qing'an said not to use it on Deadwood Daddy. This was intolerable to Mu Yu. Long Qing'an's collar was grabbed by Mu Yu. He had not fully recovered from his injuries and was very weak. Now that he was suppressed by Mu Yu's powerful aura, he almost couldn't breathe. However, Long Qing'an gritted his teeth and said, "You can't use the soul transference. Otherwise, you will regret it. Stopping me from saving Deadwood Daddy is what you will regret the most," Mu Yu shouted angrily. Originally, because Long Qing'an had been helping him, Mu Yu was not willing to tell him the whereabouts of his master. Although Mu Yu was angry, he could barely accept it. However, now he had to figure out Long Qing'an's identity completely. Otherwise, his every move would be in the hands of some inexplicable person. Long Qing'an said anxiously, "My lord, you can kill me, but if you use the soul transference on Deadwood Daddy, the consequences are not what you want to see." "Give me a reason," Mu Yu said. Because. Long Qing'an stammered because he couldn't say it for a long time. The killing intent in Mu Yu's eyes grew stronger. He did not like to be disturbed by anyone when it came to Deadwood Daddy, not even Long Qing'an who helped him, because you absolutely do not want Deadwood Daddy to become like Long Qing'an. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded throughout the entire valley, reaching everyone's ears and causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Jiyu Jiangyu, who was resting on the side, also quickly rushed to Mu Yu's side, looking around as if he was facing a great enemy. Mu Yu stared at the figure in the distance, and then he was suddenly stunned. He saw a familiar middle-aged man. Tan Qingchuan. It was actually Tan Qingchuan. This person was the first person to stand up and support Mu Yu when he was in East Sand City, and he was also one of the first 23 people to leave East Sand City. Who the hell are you? Mu Yu stared at Tan Qingchuan, who was dressed in blue. This person's sudden appearance made Mu Yu feel extremely threatened. Although the other party did not deliberately display an oppressive aura, that kind of power was actually someone in the Great Ascension state. Tan Qingchuan's aura was very indifferent. He looked at Mu Yu and said, "Haven't you been looking for me?" A blue light flashed across Tan Qingchuan's body, and in his calm eyes, there was a faint thunder and lightning. Are you? An image quickly flashed through Mu Yu's mind. It was the image he accidentally saw in a thunderstorm when he used Hai Dongqing's body to find the 9th person of eternal life. It was this figure. Then many thoughts flashed through Mu Yu's mind. When he thought of the soul returning to the mind, he exclaimed, "Are you immortal Ni Lei?" At this moment, a small figure suddenly appeared behind Tan Qingchuan. It was Qingfan, who had been taken away by immortal Ni Lei. When Qingfan saw Long Qing'an being caught by Mu Yu, she immediately ran over and shouted anxiously, "Brother Mao, don't treat Grandpa City Lord like this. Grandpa City Lord is a good person." Grandpa City Lord? Mu Yu suddenly let go of Long Qing'an's collar and looked at Long Qing'an in shock. Long Qing'an breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked to immortal Ni Lei, knelt down, and said respectfully, "Master." Mu Yu asked, "Qingfan, the Grandpa City Lord you just mentioned it's him. He is Grandpa City Lord of Dongsho City. Master saved him." Little Qingfan pulled Long Qing'an's clothes seriously. "The City Lord of Dongsho City? Are you He Jinglong, the old City Lord of Dongsho City?" Mu Yu looked at Long Qing'an, who was kneeling on the ground, in disbelief. Long Qing'an just lowered his head and didn't say much. Mu Yu turned his eyes to Tan Qingchuan and asked, "What's going on?" Tan Qingchuan's eyes fell on Long Qing'an, and then he sighed and said, "Qingfan is right. He is He Jinglong." Mu Yu's face changed slightly. He had always felt that Long Qing'an was inexplicably familiar, but he couldn't tell why. Now that he thought about it, Long Qing'an's movements did indeed resemble the old City Lord He Jinglong's style. But Mu Yu still couldn't believe it, because all of this was too incredible. How could the old City Lord be Long Qing'an? "I need evidence," Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Tan Qingchuan reached out and pressed on Long Qing'an's head. Then he gently raised his hand, and an illusory soul was pulled out of Tian Jianqing's body and floated in the air. It was really He Jinglong. But at this time, He Jinglong's soul was strangely red and exuded a strange aura. That aura woke Mu Yu up. It was the aura of soul returning. "You used soul returning to heart to control the old City Lord?" Mu Yu's heart surged with anger. The old City Lord had always been a person he respected, but he didn't expect him to be controlled by Tan Qingchuan and become a servile servant. "Lord Mu Yu, don't blame Master. I can live because of Master," He Jinglong quickly said. Mu Yu shouted, "What's the difference between being controlled and being dead? I won't let you live like this." Tan Qingchuan looked at Mu Yu indifferently and said, "So you're willing to let Dead Tree Evergreen live like this?" Mu Yu was stunned and asked subconsciously, "What do you mean?" Tan Qingchuan slowly said, "A soul affected by the power of soul returning will become a loyal servant. They will be loyal to the person with soul returning and will be willing to follow any orders. They will be controlled like a puppet. I never thought of forcing He Jinglong to bow to me. All of this is because he is affected by soul returning to heart. That's why he is so respectful to me. It's a slave consciousness that comes from the soul. Even I can't force it to change all of this." Tan Qingchuan's hand flashed with blue lightning, and the soul extracted from Tian Jianqing's body was merged back into Tian Jianqing's body. He Jinglong stood to the side. Little Qingfan kept holding his hand. He Jinglong looked at little Qingfan with eyes full of love, but he looked at Tan Qingchuan with eyes full of respect. Tan Qingchuan continued, "If you use soul returning to heart on Dead Tree Evergreen, when Dead Tree Evergreen sees you in the future, regardless of whether you agree or not, Dead Tree Evergreen will treat you as his master. Every time he sees you, he will kneel to you. Can you accept all of this?" "How can that be?" Mu Yu was shocked. How could he accept all of this? Dead Tree Evergreen was his father. Tan Qingchuan said, "Why do you think the gate of hell is trying so hard to find soul returning to heart? Bai Jie wants to reassemble the two parts of the soul transference to the heart transference. This way, he can fully unleash the power of the soul transference to the heart transference and control the entire cultivation world. This is much stronger than the perfect divine soul array you control." Mu Yu suddenly felt a wave of shock in his heart. Chapter 1034. It was no wonder that when he was in the 18th level of hell, he had obtained soul conversion and the tortured souls were extremely respectful to him. So this was the reason. Those souls were affected by the power of soul conversion. Therefore, when Mu Yu obtained soul conversion, the tortured souls in the 18th level of hell regarded Mu Yu as their master. But Mu Yu still did not understand. "Why do you have the old city lord's soul? When I was in Dongsho City, I just saved He Jinglong in passing. I know you want to use that ability to save He Jinglong, but if He Jinglong's soul enters the cycle of reincarnation, he can't be resurrected by you. At that time, I was compassionate, so I used soul conversion to save He Jinglong and the other 3 people." Tan Qingchuan explained simply. Mu Yu did not expect Tan Qingchuan to be the lightning-defying immortal. Tan Qingchuan was the first person to stand up when he was in Dongsho City, which meant that Tan Qingchuan had the ability to save Xian Zhengtang's family and He Jinglong. However, Tan Qingchuan did not do anything. Mu Yu suddenly felt a bitter taste in his heart. He thought back to how he had massacred so many people in East Sand City, how he had caused so much carnage. All of this was something that Tan Qingchuan could have prevented, but Tan Qingchuan had chosen to stand by and watch. But then, Mu Yu's heart calmed down again. He did not continue to think about this problem because he did not think there was anything wrong with slaughtering those people. "Do you want to ask me why I didn't save the people of Dongsho City?" Tan Qingchuan asked. Mu Yu just replied calmly, "I don't want to know about the past. I just want to know how to repair my father's soul." Tan Qingchuan looked a little surprised. "Don't you want to know why I didn't do anything?" Mu Yu said indifferently, "So what if I know? What happened has happened. I can't change what has happened, so I don't want to ask you why you didn't do anything." Maybe Tan Qingchuan could have stopped all of this and prevented a massacre. But just like what Mu Yu had told his grandfather, Mu Tianhe, in Qingshui City, he did not want to say anything. He didn't like to use maybe for many things. There was no maybe in life. Instead of questioning the past, it was better to look at the present. This was Mu Yu's attitude towards life, so he could forgive Mu Tianhe's mistakes. Tan Qingchuan nodded thoughtfully. "No wonder you were able to change Deadwood Evergreen's personality. I've always wondered what kind of disciple Deadwood Evergreen took in for him to be willing to risk his life to protect you. I finally understand now." When many people learned of the truth, they would angrily question why Tan Qingchuan didn't do anything when he had the ability to prevent the destruction of Eastern Sand City. However, Mu Yu didn't do anything. He was very calm. Since there was no pill for regret in this world, Mu Yu liked to look forward to everything. Although Mu Yu didn't ask further, Tan Qingchuan still explained, "I'm an immortal. Although I haven't lived as long as your master, I'm not short either. Over the past few thousand years, I've seen countless deaths. Life is just a fleeting cloud to me. I don't care about the life and death of cultivators. I'm not your master. I don't have such a grand heart. So whether it's He Jinglong, Xian Zhengtang's family, or the destruction of Eastern Sand City, I don't want to interfere." Zhuge Xiaoxing and Jiang Yu were both moved. They looked at Tan Qingchuan with deep respect. This was a senior who had truly lived for thousands of years. He naturally had the most right to speak about life. "Then you also don't want to fight against the White Realm?" Tian Ran asked from the side. Tian Ran was still a kind girl. Something like slaughter was still very difficult for her to accept. Tan Qingchuan looked at Tian Ran and smiled. "You are Jianying Chenfeng's daughter?" "Yes." Tian Ran didn't avoid anything. "You are indeed a dragon among men. You are very similar to your father." Tan Qingchuan nodded thoughtfully. Then, he said, "Life is moving forward. Only with death can there be new life. When I was young, I also wanted to save those people. But later, I gradually realized that many times, I was powerless. Even if I saved them, my lifespan was longer than theirs. In the end, I had to watch them die. Do you understand this feeling? Everyone was silent. No one had lived for as long as Tan Qingchuan, so they couldn't understand this kind of state of mind. We can't stop the destruction of life. The cultivation world has its own rules of development. We eternal people shouldn't interfere. When someone tries to break the rules of the cultivation world, we have to take action. So, I will fight against the White Realm. But I don't want to interfere with the choice made by the cultivators of Eastern Sand City. Whether they kill or surrender, it's their own decision. I've seen too much life and death. The death of a few people doesn't affect me. Whether it's He Jinglong or Xian Zhengtang's family, their lives don't have much weight to me. Tan Qingchuan looked at He Jinglong. He Jinglong awkwardly lowered his head. His face was a bit red, but he didn't dare to complain. Mu Yu coldly said, "To me, the lives of the old city lord and Xian Zhengtang's family are more valuable than the lives of everyone in Eastern Sand City." He Jinglong looked at Mu Yu with gratitude. In his eyes, Mu Yu was indeed a special person. You are the same as Jian Ying and Chen Feng. Both of you are loyal. Jian Ying and Chen Feng have lived longer than all of us, but he won't be tired of life. He will still save those who are worth saving, so he is a great person. I am not. Tan Qingchuan calmly said. He didn't think it was inappropriate to say these things. After a while, Tan Qingchuan said, "I decided to help you because of Jianying Chenfeng and Deadwood Evergreen. I saved He Jinglong and Xian Zhengtang's souls. Whether it's Jianying, Chenfeng, or Deadwood Evergreen, I admire both of them." Deadwood Evergreen and Tan Qingchuan weren't people of the same era, but they still had some interactions. For Deadwood Evergreen to be admired by an old senior like Tan Qingchuan was enough to show Deadwood Evergreen's abilities. "Do you have a way to save my dad?" Mu Yu looked at Tan Qingchuan. He didn't want to ask about Eastern Sand City. He just wanted to know how to save Deadwood Daddy. Now that he had obtained Soul Converge, Tan Qingchuan was one of the 9 immortals. He was mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps he could save Deadwood. Tan Qingchuan didn't directly answer Mu Yu. Instead, he indifferently walked to a rock and sat down with a wave of his sleeve. He looked around the dilapidated valley. This was originally the place where Deadwood Evergreen lived in seclusion. He sighed. "So many years have passed in a flash. I didn't expect you to grow to this level. When I first met you, you were just a lively Jindan period youth who didn't know much about the world." Mu Yu frowned. "You've seen me before?" Tan Qingchuan laughed. "Don't you recognize me? We first met in Deadwood Evergreen's valley. At that time, this place was gloomy and filled with poisonous fog. We also worked together to find a way to break Deadwood Evergreen's mirror array, didn't we?" Mu Yu suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. He looked at Tan Qingchuan in disbelief. "Are you old Tan?" Xiao Shui also exclaimed. "No wonder I felt that you were so familiar. It turns out that you were the person hiding in the cave." When Mu Yu first entered Deadwood Valley, he was walking in the fog when he met a middle-aged man who claimed to be looking for Deadwood Evergreen but had been trapped by the mirror array for a long time. At that time, Mu Yu used his keen observation to find the flaw in the mirror array and told old Tan the way out. Then he also wanted to leave the valley, but he was thrown into the depths of the valley by Deadwood Evergreen. Finally, he saw Soul Converge for the first time. He didn't expect that old Tan, who was only at the Yuanying realm at that time, was actually the immortal Ni Lei that Mu Yu had been looking for so many years. "Old Tan, Tan Qingchuan, immortal Ni Lei, are you all?" At that time, old Tan showed his low cultivation in front of Mu Yu. Mu Yu didn't expect that old Tan was immortal Ni Lei at all. Now that he thought about it, he was afraid that immortal Ni Lei was just helping Deadwood Evergreen and playing with Mu Yu. Tan Qingchuan smiled. Back then, Withered Tree Evergreen had suffered serious injuries in order to snatch the soul returning technique from Ghost Gate. He could no longer suppress the soul returning technique, so he asked me for help. At that time, you just happened to break into the valley. At that time, I had nothing to do, so I wanted to see if this formation of withered tree evergreens would work, so I disguised it. I didn't expect you to be so good that you robbed Deadwood Evergreen. You're right. I was observing you the whole time. When you merged into the celestial demon tree, I guessed your identity. I also told Deadwood Evergreen where you went. Yu was a little stunned. He didn't know about these things, let alone that he had seen immortal Enchantment during the Jindan period. What's your real name? Yu was not in the mood to recall anything with the other party. He had seen the soul returning to the mind that he had been looking for. He had never thought that he had seen the defying thunder immortal that he had been looking for. It was like a joke, which made him a little annoyed. But thinking back to the massacre in Dongsho City, he should have thought of this long ago. When Yu first saw Tan Qingchuan, he felt very familiar. Not only because Tan Qingchuan was the first to stand up for him, but also because he seemed to have seen some of Tan Qingchuan's words and actions. Unfortunately, he was affected by the power of slaughter at that time, and only wanted to avenge the old city lord and Xian Zhangtang's family. In addition, Tan Qingchuan was completely different from the man in the valley, so Yu didn't doubt Tan Qingchuan's identity. Tan Qingchuan said slowly, Ni Lei is my Taoist name, and Tan Qingchuan is my real name. Of course, if you want, you can call me Old Tan. Yu snorted. When he was in the valley, he didn't know Tan Qingchuan's identity, so he habitually called him Old Tan, but now it was a little unreasonable to call him Old Tan. Yu's principle was very simple. No matter what the other party's cultivation was, if people respected him, he would respect them tenfold. If people wanted to harm him, he would kill them. After all, Tan Qingchuan had helped him, so he habitually lowered his posture and said, Senior Ni Lei, are you sure you can save my father? Chapter 1035. Tan Qingchuan was silent for a moment, then he looked at He Jinglong and said, Soul conversion can restore Deadwood's soul, but soul conversion will turn Deadwood into He Jinglong. I don't think you will be willing to do that. He Jinglong moved a bit. His eyes were humble and his expression was respectful. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he did not say anything. Tan Qingchuan continued, Although I am a great ascension stage cultivator, it does not mean that I can go against the heavens and change my fate. I am not a true god like Jian Ying and Chen Feng. I am still looking for a way to restore the soul, but I cannot casually make a move in a place with many people. Once I make a move and leave a trace, Bai Jie can find me. I am not Bai Jie's opponent. Yu clenched his fist, looked at the old city lord and said, If I use life and death to revive the old city lord in the blink of an eye, will he be able to break free from the control of soul conversion? Tan Qingchuan shook his head. No, his soul has been tainted by the power of soul conversion. Even if you revive He Jinglong, he will only obey anyone who has soul conversion. That kind of connection cannot be cut off. The drawback of soul conversion is very big. It does not belong to this world, and anything that has soul conversion will be consumed at a faster rate. The soul will also dissipate quickly. Yu's heart felt terrible. She had worked so hard for so long, and she had finally obtained soul conversion. She did not expect to be told that she could not use it to save Deadwood's father. That was hard to accept. Will the old city lord be like this too? Yu asked worriedly. Yu was very clear about the old city lord's character. He did not want anything to happen to the old city lord. Tan Qingchuan said, If you want to make the soul-crossing heart transference magic treasure last, you have to ensure that the soul-crossing heart transference magic treasure is intact, so Bai Jie never dared to use half of the soul-crossing heart transference magic treasure to control people. The controlled people would quickly die. He Jinglong's soul wouldn't be able to hold on for long anyway. I was the one who forcefully helped him resist the soul conversion, so he had to return to my side regularly. If you don't want He Jinglong's soul to dissipate, you must restore the soul-transferring heart to a complete state. Tan Qingchuan's gaze landed on the soul-transferring technique behind Yu, which was wrapped by Ling. Yu looked at the old city lord's groveling appearance. He really couldn't accept it. With the old city lord's unyielding character, he wouldn't kneel to anyone, but the soul returning to the heart forcefully changed his will. You shouldn't have given orders to the old city lord. He isn't such a servile person. Mu Yu said in a deep voice. Tan Qingchuan glanced at He Jinglong and said, I never thought of giving him an order. He was the one who said that he wanted to do something for you. It was also his request to have his soul transferred into Tian Jianqing's body. I have already warned him of the risks. He Jinglong looked at Mu Yu and said respectfully, Lord Mu Yu, back then in Eastern Sand City, my decision interfered with your judgment and caused you to lose your rationality. I feel very guilty, so as long as I can help you, I am willing to do anything. Please don't take it to heart. I am willing to help you. Mu Yu shook his head and said, Old City Lord, you don't have to blame yourself. I couldn't control myself back then. If you hadn't decided to save the people of Eastern Sand City, I would have already slaughtered everyone in the city under the influence of the killing energy. This matter has nothing to do with you. If I had killed them earlier, at least you, Shen Zhengtang, and the others wouldn't have been in trouble. Back in Eastern Sand City, the old city lord was someone he respected very much. Now that things had turned out this way, he couldn't absolve himself of the blame. He Jinglong sighed in his heart and said, as long as Lord Mu Yu is safe, everything is fine. The old city lord was an upright person who was willing to risk his life to protect his city. However, he was killed by those cowards in the city. Now, he understood many things and hoped that Mu Yu would be safe. I also hope that big brother Maro is safe, little Qingfan said seriously. Mu Yu patted little Qingfan's head. Little Qingfan was a brave and ordinary person in Eastern Sand City. Although he was young, he had the same unyielding character as the old city lord. The people Mu Yu wanted to protect now were the old city lord, little Qingfan, and the others. Mu Yu said, is it true that as long as the soul to the heart becomes complete, the old city lord will no longer be eroded by the power of the soul to the heart and won't need to return to your side regularly and bow to you? Tan Qingchuan nodded. Mu Yu sighed softly and placed the soul conversion technique in front of Tan Qingchuan. After trying so hard to find the soul conversion technique for so long, it was ultimately a waste of effort. However, controlling the soul conversion technique would make the person enslaved. Mu Yu would definitely not use such a terrifying thing on his father. This soul conversion technique was already useless to Mu Yu. Tan Qingchuan did not expect Mu Yu to give the soul conversion technique to him so easily. Originally, he was still thinking of how to persuade Mu Yu, but it was clear that he did not understand Mu Yu. A blue bolt of lightning appeared in Tan Qingchuan's hand and enveloped Mu Yu's soul conversion technique. He put it away and said, You are really a strange person. I don't know if I'm strange or not, but I will think of another way to save Deadwood Daddy. Mu Yu was never discouraged. Repairing his father's soul and reviving Deadwood Daddy was something he had always wanted to do. If the soul conversion technique did not work, then he would think of another way. Tan Qingchuan stood up and said, there are two parts of the soul conversion technique. If they fuse together, they will explode with a powerful demonic presence that will be easily detected by Jie. Therefore, I will go to a safe place to fuse them together and then solve the problem of He Jinglong's soul. If you want to use life and death to revive He Jinglong in the blink of an eye, I will let him find you at the right time. Tan Qingchuan knew what Mu Yu wanted to do. He paused and said, also, I will protect the souls of Shen Zhengtang's family. When the time comes, you can revive them together. Thank you. Mu Yu said. Whether it was for village chief old Bu, Deadwood Daddy, Shen Zhengtang's family, or He Jinglong, Mu Yu had no reason to complain about Tan Qingchuan. Little Qingfan said happily on the side, Brother Mao, my master is a very good person. Tan Qingchuan patted little Qingfan's head and continued, we don't have enough people. We can't gather our strength. Bai Jie is too strong. We can't beat him alone. Right now, we only need to find Ran Hanshi and gather the 9 people of eternal life to fight against Bai Jie. Even you don't know who Ran Hanshi is? Mu Yu frowned. Finding Venerable Ni Lei meant that they had found the 8 people of eternal life. If they could find Ran Hanshi, they would not need to rely on the extreme immortal tablet to deal with Bai Jie. But who was Ran Hanshi? Even Venerable Ni Lei did not know. In the damaged valley, no one spoke. They just looked at the Grand Ascension realm Tan Qingchuan in awe. In this situation, Tan Qingquan's existence was their hope. Everyone took his every word seriously. But among these people, only Mu Yu and Tan Qingquan knew the situation in front of them the best. I thought you knew who Ran Hanshi was, Mu Yu said. Tan Qingquan suddenly thought of something. He looked at Zhuge Xiaosheng and Jiyu Jiangyu. His eyes fell on Jiyu Jiangyu and said, "You trust these people?" He knew the identities of Tian Ran and Zhuge Xiaosheng, but Tan Qingquan was not sure about Jiyu Jiangyu. Jiyu Jiangyu pursed his lips and was about to leave without saying a word. Mu Yu said, "Jiyu Jiangyu, you don't have to leave." Jiyu Jiangyu stopped and said indifferently, "Eternal life is what the gate of life and death and the gate of hell have always wanted. You are not afraid that I will harm you if I know? The people of the gate of hell and the gate of life and death have always wanted the body and soul of the Demon King. They wanted to take the body of eternal life for themselves." Jiyu Jiangyu's words were very honest. Mu Yu calmly replied, "I said, I trust you. Your inexplicable trust will harm you sooner or later." Jiyu Jiangyu said. Mu Yu smiled, "At least the people I trust have never harmed me. Those who will harm me, I will never trust them. I am very good at judging people." Jiyu Jiangyu took a deep breath and said, "Trust is really a superfluous thing." But Jiyu Jiangyu did not avoid it this time. Mu Yu trusted Jiyu Jiangyu. Jiyu Jiangyu, who had passed the 9th layer of tribulation, was not to be underestimated. In the future, he would need to rely on his cultivation. Mu Yu had no reason not to trust him. Other than village chief old Bu, the 9 of them were all very powerful. Nothing would happen to them easily. Since Jiyu Jiangyu wanted to go to the formation sect, he would guess the identity of the far-sighted village chief old Bu sooner or later. Tan Qingquan said, "This person Ran Hanshi, your master only told me his name. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Even the Azure Dragon Demon King and the others do not know. I heard that he left the 3rd layer of heaven to do something very important. It is related to the safety of the 3rd layer of heaven, so I have never had the chance to see him. Jianying Chenfeng only wanted me to protect village chief old Bu, who raised you since you were young. The 9 immortals are very important existences. Lord Jianying Chenfeng hid this secret very deeply. My master did not leave you any hints," Mu Yu said. Tan Qingquan shook his head. As Sword Shadow Chenfeng's disciples, I thought that Sword Shadow Chenfeng would have left you with some hints. Mu Yu and Tian Ran looked at each other. Mu Yu said, "Master never told us about Ran Hanshi. Master's accident was too sudden." Mu Yu and the others were not by Master's side. Master also did not tell them anything. Even Mu Yu only knew about the 9 immortals from the Azure Dragon Monster King. His master had never mentioned anything to them. Then you should go and ask your senior brother. Is it possible that he told someone about Ran Hanshi's information? Cheng Yang. Little Shuai said without thinking, because Mu Yu is not reliable. Cheng Yang is more reliable. You talk too much. Mu Yu rudely rubbed Little Shuai's head, but she also agreed with Little Shuai's words. If Master would tell anyone about this matter, it would definitely be Cheng Yang. This was because Cheng Yang was the most reliable person. Whether it was Mu Yu, Luo Shong, or Xiong Nan, when they faced the killing power, they could not control it as well as Cheng Yang. Since the 9 of them were so important, Cheng Yang was definitely the most trustworthy. Tan Qingquan nodded, "You will need to figure this out. I will also do my best to find Ran Hanshi's whereabouts. Azure Dragon Demon King is still looking for Heavenly Heaven Demon King. If we want to fight against Bai Jie, the 9 of them are very important. None of us are Bai Jie's match because Bai Jie is not only relying on himself, but also the people behind him." Chapter 1036. Tan Qingquan said, "Then what are you going to do next? If I can't find Ran Hanshi, I will think of a way to control the 9 Shen immortals and not give Bai Jie any chance." Mu Yu destroyed the Stargate and the Gate of Hell for the extreme immortal Steely. If he couldn't find Ran Hanshi, he couldn't activate the 9 Heavens reversal formation. He could only rely on the 9 Shen immortals to fight against Bai Jie. After all, The future of the cultivation world is still in the hands of people like you. We darching stage people can't make a move at will. Once we make a move, we will be targeted by Jie. Because the domain ability of the darching stage fluctuates violently, it will leave traces. Ordinary cultivators may not be able to perceive it, but darching stage cultivators can easily detect each other. You are different from us. With your talent and ability, it won't be easy for Bai Jie to find you. Tan Qingchuan was quite helpless. Even in the Great Ascension stage, Bai Jie's strength stood at the peak. He had the powerful and mysterious Heaven Keeper as his backer. If Bai Jie wanted to make a move on Tan Qingchuan and other Great Ascension stage cultivators, he must have the ability to do so. I understand. I am already very grateful that you can help me so much. Mu Yu knew that everyone had their own difficulties. There was no need to force anything. He looked at He Jinglong and said, "Old City Lord, don't worry. I will revive you." He Jinglong quickly said, "Lord Mu Yu, just call me Mu Yu. I am not used to being called Lord." Mu Yu had always been very respectful to the Old City Lord. The Old City Lord was a senior who dared to take the lead. He was full of passion and determination. However, he was harmed by a villain and failed to realize his ambition. Now, the cultivation world needed such a person. He Jinglong hesitated for a moment and said, "Mu Yu, it doesn't matter if something happens to me. What's important is that you live. The future of the cultivation world is in your hands." Mu Yu didn't care about the future of the cultivation world. He just wanted to resurrect Deadwood Daddy, save his master, and destroy the Sanchong Palace. These were his current thoughts. He was not that great. Back then, he naively wanted to protect the entire cultivation world and prove that he was a person. But now, he only wanted to protect the people he should protect. That was all. But Mu Yu still said, "I will. Old City Lord, don't put yourself in danger in the future. I will find a way to protect myself, don't worry. Rest well, I'll handle the rest myself." However, Mu Yu naturally wouldn't say these words out loud. After a pause, Mu Yu said to Little Qingfan, "Little Qingfan, cultivate well. In the future, you can also do what you want to do. Do you understand?" Little Qingfan said firmly, "I will, Brother Mao." Little Shuai laughed and put his little hand on Little Qingfan's shoulder, saying, "Little Qingfan, the next time we see you, you must have enough strength to kill enemies with us. Do you understand?" "Okay, Brother Da Mao. Little Sister Chenxi and I will work hard." Little Qingfan nodded. "Little Sister Chenxi?" Mu Yu and Little Shuai were stunned. Tianran also exclaimed, "Is it that little girl in Chun'an City?" When they were in Chun'an City, Little Chenxi was originally going to enter the Red Dust sect. But at that time, Tianran cultivated the art of forgetting emotion and rejected Little Chenxi. Until now, Tianran still felt very guilty. Tan Qingchuan smiled slightly. "I also accepted Little Chenxi. But she needs to cultivate now and didn't come out." "Thank you." Mu Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Little Chenxi, that innocent child, was the same as Little Qingfan. They were both worth cultivating. After a pause, Mu Yu said again, "Old City Lord, next time you take the souls of Xian Zhangtang's family to the Pill Cauldron sect and wait for me. Your bodies have been placed in the Pill Cauldron sect." "Okay." He Jinglong nodded. Tan Qingchuan glanced at the others, then waved his sleeve and left the valley with the Old City Lord and Little Qingfan. After they left, Zhuge Xiaoxing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Tan Qingchuan did not exert the pressure of a darching stage, they were still in awe of him. "Mu Yu, we should go back." Tianran pulled Mu Yu's hand and said, "Okay." Mu Yu also left the valley with everyone and headed towards the Array sect. When he returned to the Array sect, Master Lu hurriedly ran over and said, "Mu Yu, your family from Clearwater City has come to our Array sect." When Master Lu was in Clearwater City, he had also seen Mu Yu's family, so he knew the identity of these people. Mu Yu was surprised. "They came here?" "Yes, they came 3 days ago. In order to avoid any accidents, I arranged for them to stay in a manor next to the Array Hall." Master Lu looked curiously at Jiu Jiangyu behind Mu Yu. His face was a little bewildered because Jiu Jiangyu was also a tribulation stage expert. However, when he saw Zhuge Xiaoxing and Mu Yu, both of them did not say anything, so it was not his turn to worry. Sect Master, you arrange a place for Jiu Jiangyu to stay first. I'll go see my family, Mu Yu said. Zhuge Xiaoxing nodded. He knew how powerful Jiu Jiangyu was and how strange the martial arts of the people from the Life and Death sect were. However, since Mu Yu believed in Jiu Jiangyu, he did not say anything. It was naturally better for him to arrange a place for Jiu Jiangyu, who was in the tribulation stage, to stay. Tian Ran suddenly pulled Mu Yu, who was in a hurry to see his family, and said, Mu Yu, is your family here? Mu Yu nodded and replied, yes, it's good that they came to the Array sect. I should have brought them here long ago. Now in the cultivation world, only the Array sect and the Pill Cauldron sect can resist the invasion of the Sanchong Palace, so it's good that they came here. You can also go see my grandfather and father. Tian Ran's face suddenly turned red and said softly, but I didn't prepare anything. Mu Yu asked in confusion, what do you want to prepare? Master Lu laughed and said, Mu Yu, what should I say to you? Why are you so confused? How can a daughter-in-law be careless when meeting her father-in-law? Mu Yu suddenly understood. Oh, so that's how it is. He didn't think it was a big deal. He took Tian Ran's hand and said, it doesn't matter. They are easy to get along with. They are all on the same side. You don't have to be polite. Let's go. After that, he didn't care about anything else and followed Master Lu to the manor. This manor was located at the foot of a mountain in the Array sect. The scenery was unique and the location was excellent. It was once a residence specially built for Mu Yu by the Array sect. However, Mu Yu was not in the Array sect all year round, so it had been empty. He had just arrived at the manor when Uncle Mu, who was sitting on a chair at the entrance and basking in the sun while instructing a few servants to sweep the floor, saw Mu Yu at a glance. He quickly stood up and said excitedly, young Master Mu Yu is back. As he spoke, he shouted to the other servants, come and pay your respects to young Master Mu Yu. Uncle Mu himself was about to take the lead and kneel down to greet him. After all, Mu Yu's status was extremely noble now. Just the title of the disciple of a true god was enough to make him revere him, not to mention that he now knew that Mu Yu was the master of the Array sect. There was a difference in status and couldn't be careless. However, Mu Yu quickly supported Uncle Mu and said, Uncle Mu, there is no need to be so polite in the future. We are all on the same side. Mu Yu had a very good impression of Uncle Mu. Uncle Mu was a loyal and devoted old butler who had followed Mu Tianhe since a long time ago. When the Mu clan was in dire straits, the monkeys scattered when the tree fell, and only Uncle Mu remained. It was also Uncle Mu who used his own money to maintain the Mu clan's expenses. Now, they also treated Uncle Mu as a true member of the Mu clan and didn't treat him as a servant. Thank you, young Master Mu Yu. I will immediately inform Master and the others. Uncle Mu knew that Mu Yu was a very easygoing young master who didn't put on airs. He was also very happy and hurriedly ran into the manor. Not long after, Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing walked out of the main hall. Both of them were smiling from ear to ear. Mu Yu, you're back. That's great. Mu Tianhe laughed heartily. That's right. We were wondering if we would disturb the Array sect, but it seems like we worried too much. Mu Zhexing looked at his son with a gratified gaze. Mu Yu went forward and nodded at Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing. Grandfather, father, coming here is equivalent to coming back to your own home. There is no need to be too restrained. Right, where are the rest of the Mu clan? The servants behind Uncle Mu were also from the Mu clan. This time, the entire Mu clan seemed to have migrated. Brother Mu Yu. Mu Xin ran over excitedly from behind and threw herself into Mu Yu's arms. Little Xin, good girl. Mu Yu carried Mu Xin and pinched her little cheeks. Mu Hao also ran over excitedly. Mu Qingfan was also with him. Mu Zhexing looked at Mu Yu with a smile. Only after coming to the Array sect did he understand what Mu Yu meant to the Array sect. This huge sect was managed by Mu Yu. As a father, he was very happy that his son was so successful. He then replied, The entire Mu clan has migrated here. The others are settling in their own residences. We have to thank Master Lu. He specially arranged accommodation for us in the Array sect. Master Lu hurriedly said, No need, no need. This is what I should do. Mu Tianhe laughed and said, Mu Yu, you're finally back. We didn't want to disturb you, but your in-law seemed to have something to do. He brought us here and then left in a hurry. In-law? Mu Yu slapped his head. He just remembered that he and the White Ape Demon King had agreed that Xiong Nan would bring the Sand Eagle Demon King's heart back in 3 months. However, because of many troubles, from Yuman's attempt to assassinate Zhuge Xiaosheng to the Pill Cauldron sect to Tian Ran, he didn't have time to find Xiong Nan. As a result, Mu Yu still hadn't fulfilled his promise. Moreover, Mu Yu still didn't know where Xiong Nan was. Mr. White didn't say anything, did he? Mu Yu asked carefully. He knew that he had broken his promise. Although he and the White Ape Demon King didn't like each other, Mu Yu still felt a little guilty. He didn't look happy when he came. He kept saying that he wanted to settle the score with you. Mu Yu, don't offend your in-law. Otherwise, your relationship with him will be bad in the future, Mu Tianhe said worriedly. Tian Ran poked her head out and looked around. Finally, she blinked and asked, Brother Mu Yu, you have an in-law? Chapter 1037. Tian Ran, this. Mu Yu felt a headache and began to regret it. He thought that he should have listened to Master Lu's words and let Tian Ran prepare first. No matter what Tian Ran was going to prepare, at least give Mu Yu a chance to let him talk to his family first and not mention the matter of marriage, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. It seems that there will be a good show. I've prepared the melon seeds, Xiao Shui said, jumping up and down. He turned into a child again, holding a handful of melon seeds in his hand, as if he wanted to see the world in chaos. Mu Yu couldn't wait to kick him. He quickly pulled Tian Ran and said to the others, Let me introduce you, this is Tian Ran. Tian Ran gracefully bowed to Mu Yu and said with a smile, Hello, Grandpa. I'm Mu Yu's junior sister. My name is Tian Ran. Mu Tianhe looked at Tian Ran in surprise. Tian Ran looked very lively, beautiful and pure. Mu Tianhe's eyes lit up. Hello, our Mu Yu is really lucky. Wait, you are Mu Yu's junior sister? Then, could your master also be? Yes, my master is a true god. He has the same master as Mu Yu. He didn't even want to tell my family about it. No wonder he didn't want me to prepare. He even has a marriage. As his junior sister, I didn't know. Tian Ran looked at Mu Yu meaningfully. Mu Yu heard the sour tone in Tian Ran's words and felt a headache. He quickly pretended to pull Tian Ran and said, Xiao Xin, this is Sister Tian Ran. Tian Ran, this is my sister. You should get along well. Hello, Sister Tian Ran, Mu Xin said happily. Tian Ran also smiled and said, Hello, Sister Xiao Xin. Mu Tianhe, on the other hand, was flattered. Unlike other self-cultivators, his family believed in the true God because of Mu Yu. Now, another disciple of the true God had appeared and called him Grandpa in such a lively manner, which made him unable to remain calm. Hey, a true God's disciple. I'm fine. Miss Tian Ran, right? Why do I seem to have heard this name somewhere? Mu Tianhe seemed to think of something and smiled apologetically to Tian Ran. Miss Tian Ran, I have something to say to Mu Yu. Please wait a moment. Then he quickly pulled Mu Yu to the side and walked away from Tian Ran. Then he asked in a low voice, Mu Yu, I heard about what happened in Chun City a while ago. Everyone is saying that the heavenly girl of the Red Dust sect fell in love with you and helped you escape. I remember that she is also called Tian Ran. What's going on? Mu Zhaxing also came up and asked curiously, Mu Yu, is this Tian Ran the other girl you told me about last time? Mu Yu felt that things had become a mess. The White Ape Demon King shamelessly came to his house and called him in-law. Now, how could he explain the matter of Tian Ran to his family? Mu Yu secretly glanced at Tian Ran, who was still smiling not far away. He was also afraid and immediately said, Yes, Tian Ran is indeed the heavenly girl of the Red Dust sect. Ah! She is really the heavenly girl of the Red Dust sect, one of the 8 sects. How could she be your junior sister? Mu Tianhe asked in confusion. Whether it was the heavenly girl of the Red Dust sect or the disciple of a true god, to Mu Tianhe, the head of a small family in Clearwater City, they were both huge mountains. He did not dare to neglect them. Mu Yu thought about it. This matter had to be told eventually. Since he already treated Tian Ran as one of his own, there was no need to hide anything. He said, "Grandfather, father, Tian Ran is my master's daughter. My master and a heavenly girl of the Red Dust sect had given birth to Tian Ran. Tian Ran grew up in the Red Dust sect, but she is no longer a member of the Red Dust sect. She has already acknowledged her ancestors and is a member of the Falling Dust sect." What? Tian Ran is? Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhaxing were both shocked. Mu Tianhe was so shocked that he did not recover for a long time. Your master's daughter? Isn't that the true god's daughter? Oh my god. Is this true? Furthermore, Tian Ran and I are in love. This is true, Mu Yu said with certainty. Mu Tianhe's face twitched, and his beard almost stood up. He hurriedly asked, "You like the true god's daughter? Then what about Mr. Bai's daughter? Mr. Bai has helped our Mu family a lot. Although his status is ordinary and far from the true gods, he has still helped our Mu family. One had to know that a while ago, he and Mr. Bai had been exchanging insights and calling each other brothers. Now that Mu Yu had brought back an even more respectable young lady, this was not good." Little Shuai laughed at the side. "That old hairy monkey's status is not ordinary. Do you know who he is?" "Who?" Mu Tianhe asked subconsciously. Mu Yu thought about it and decided to reveal everything. After all, there was nothing to hide now. Mr. Bai is one of the 10 great demon kings, the White Ape Demon King. Qiao Shui is from the demon race, Mu Yu said softly. "Huh? Mr. Bai is a demon king?" Mu Tianhe sucked in a cold breath. His mouth was wide open, and he could not close it for a long time. He might not have believed it if other people had said it, but when Mu Yu said it, he was shocked. Compared to him, Mu Zhaxing was much calmer. He had already guessed who Mr. Bai was, but he had not guessed who Tian Ran was. Mu Tianhe looked very nervous. His forehead was sweating, and he did not know where to put his hands. "Does that mean I was with a demon king a while ago? Oh my god. What the hell did I do?" Back then, the White Ape Demon King stayed in the Mu Mansion to protect them. Mu Tianhe was completely unaware of the White Ape Demon King's identity. The two of them chatted happily every day, calling each other in-laws. The White Ape Demon King was also a carefree guy who didn't care about trifles. He chatted with Mu Tianhe happily. Now that Mu Tianhe thought about it, he didn't even realize that he had called the old monster White Ape, who had lived for thousands of years, brother. He must have eaten a leopard's guts. It is a good thing I did not say anything to offend the White Ape Demon King. If I did, offending a demon king would be very scary. Mu Tianhe thought about it, and he was sure he had been very polite. He could only blame Mu Yu's friends for being so powerful. He said, "Mu Yu, next time, you should tell me more about the people you are friends with. That way, I can relax a little. Don't neglect any important people. You'll get used to it." Mu Yu is not a normal person. His friends are not ordinary people. "Dad, you should have thought of this. I told you a long time ago, but you didn't care," Mu Zhaxing said. "I was too narrow-minded." Mu Tianhe shook his head. Mu Tianhe shook his head. He vaguely knew what Mu Yu had done in the cultivation world in the past. Last time, the Tier 5 alchemist from the Pill Cauldron sect, Cai Lai, treated him with great respect, which made him feel flattered. Not to mention that the entire Array sect belonged to Mu Yu. His master was already familiar with the True God and the Poison King, Deadwood Evergreen. In the end, he even quietly invited an old monster king to the Mu residence as a guest. Mu Tianhe was only the head of a small family. How could he have thought that he would have the opportunity to meet the true gods of the 3 continents and the White Ape Demon King? He remembered the White Ape Demon King's angry face when he talked about Mu Yu before he left. He said uneasily, "Mr. Bai, the White Ape Demon King said he would settle accounts with you before he left. You have offended a demon king. Are you okay? Mu Yu said helplessly. Don't worry, Grandpa. The white ape demon king means us no harm. You don't have to worry. He's always been like that. I've heard so many threats. I'll explain it to him next time. That's true. But when I think about your future in-laws being a true god and a demon king, Mu Tianhe was still scared. The white ape demon king was not the one who scared him the most. He got along well with the white ape demon king. A true god was an existence revered by everyone. Mu Tianhe was just an insignificant out-of-body cultivator. How could he have dared to make connections with such people? Mu Zhexing said, Dad, Mu Yu is promising. You should be happy that both the true god's daughter and the demon king's daughter fell in love with him. No matter who they are, the important thing is that Mu Yu and the two girls like each other. Yes, I said I wouldn't interfere with your marriage. But the girls you like are not ordinary people. Mu Tianhe stole a glance at Tianran and saw her smiling at him from afar. Mu Tianhe hurriedly returned the smile in awe. Then, he moved closer to Mu Yu's ear and whispered, Mu Yu, tell Grandpa, how are you going to face these two girls? After all, these two girls are not to be trifled with. Their fathers are too powerful. It's normal for a man to have multiple wives and concubines, but the problem is who is the wife and who is the concubine. Would a true god and a demon king agree to let their daughters be married off as concubines? Mu Yu touched his forehead. Grandpa, it's too early to think about this. Let's not think about it for now, okay? Mu Yu had been avoiding this question, but Mu Tianhe always thought about it more than he did. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. He was thinking about discussing it later. Mu Zhexing also said, Dad, you don't have to worry about Mu Yu. Mu Yu knows what he's doing. Mu Tianhe was still worried. Then I'll feel uncomfortable when I see my granddaughter-in-law in the future. There's always a barrier in my heart. Tianran came over and said cheerfully, Grandpa, you're Mu Yu's grandpa. I'm with Mu Yu, so you're my grandpa. Don't worry. Mu Tianhe was startled. He didn't expect Tianran to come over. He quickly smiled apologetically. Miss Tianran, I'm afraid I can't accept you calling me grandpa. You're the daughter of a true god, and a true god is much older than me. If you call me grandpa, my lifespan will be shortened. I can't afford it. Mu Yu patted Mu Tianhe's back and said, Don't worry, grandpa. Tianran is one of us. She's easy to get along with. Yes, grandpa. If Mu Yu bullies me in the future, I'll ask you for justice, Tianran said with a smile. Mu Tianhe chuckled dryly. It wasn't his turn to preside over justice. However, he still nodded seriously. Yes, don't worry. If Mu Yu dares to bully you, I'll do justice for you. Although I can't beat Mu Yu, I'll still scold him. Then I'll thank Grandpa first. I want to see Sister Qiao Shui next time. Tianran looked at Mu Yu meaningfully. Chapter 1038. Mu Tianhe hurriedly said, Mu Yu. We just came to the Array faction not long ago and need to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Let's go see the scenery. You guys chat. Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing tacitly walked out of the manor. They couldn't get involved in this kind of thing. Mu Yu also shouted, Grandpa, Father, wait for me. I'll show you around. I'm the most familiar with the Array faction. I'm so familiar with it that I can go anywhere. Tianran, play with little Xin. You guys can get to know each other. If you want to prepare something, you can go prepare it. He hurriedly ran over and guiltily led Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing away. He had to collude with them first. Just now, it was Tianran who wanted to prepare. This time, it was him who wanted to think about how to prepare. You can't hide forever. Tianran only snorted softly, but didn't stop them. After leaving the manor, Mu Yu had a headache. Grandpa, Father, it's urgent. Think of a way to explain it to Tianran. Mu Yu running away now was of course an expedient. No matter how far he ran, he was still in the Array faction. He could run away, but the temple couldn't. When he returned, he still had to face Tianran. He had been thinking about how to solve this problem along the way. He was still counting on Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing to help him. After all, with the shameless White Ape Demon King's interference, he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the sea. Mu Zhexing said helplessly, "I won't interfere with who you like. This is your mother's idea." After being comforted by Mu Yu, Mu Tianhe also thought it through. Instead, he felt that Mu Yu being together with the daughters of the true god and the White Ape Demon King's daughter was a matter of pride. Mu Tianhe was so happy that his face bloomed. He said with a smile of exultation, "Of course, I want to marry both of them and bring our Mu family to greater heights. Let me hold a few great-grandchildren and give birth to a few little Mu Yu." Mu Yu was also quite helpless about Mu Tianhe's thoughts. It was unlikely that he would be able to hold a grandchild. Now, he was thinking about how to explain it to Tian Ran. Tian Ran won't be angry. Mu Yu thought so. Xiao Shui nodded and said heartlessly, "Tian Ran will at most press you against the wall again, then you can act like a hooligan and hug her and kiss her. It's not like it's the first time you've done this, so it's not a big deal." Mu Yu laughed. Why did Xiao Shui make such a harmonious thing sound so bad? Mu Tianhe thought of something and said guiltily, "Oh right, Mu Yu, I heard from Mu how that the old mister who raised you is also in the array sect. You know that it was my fault, so I should thank him in person. But I heard that the old mister has a special identity, so I wanted to wait for you to come back before looking for him. This way, it wouldn't be too abrupt. I don't know if he will see me, but thanks to him, I really regret it." Mu Yu didn't care much about the past. He cherished the people he already knew, including village chief old Bu. He smiled and said, "It's okay, let bygones be bygones. I also need to go to the array hall, so you guys can get to know each other." He then took Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing to the array hall. Village chief old Bu had an important identity, so he lived in the array hall in case of any accidents. When they arrived at the array hall, Zhuge Xiaosheng hadn't returned yet. Village chief old Bu was chatting with Mu Hao. Mu Hao usually cultivated in the array hall, and now he was already in the nascent soul stage. Because Mu Yu was raised by village chief old Bu, Mu Hao, who worshipped Mu Yu, would often pester village chief old Bu to ask about Mu Yu's past, so as to give him some motivation to cultivate. When village chief old Bu talked about Mu Yu's deeds, he wouldn't be able to finish it even if he talked for 10 days and 10 nights. In his mind, he could think of all kinds of strange stories and then change the main character to Mu Yu. He killed all kinds of demons and devils to uphold justice. When he met bad people, he would fight them and never lost. When Mu Yu entered, village chief old Bu was telling Mu Hao about the heroic story of Mu Yu killing the flood dragon with warm wine. That voice was so impassioned that it made people feel as if they were there. Even Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing couldn't help but stop to listen. Just as Mu Yu was about to speak, Mu Tianhe hurriedly said, "Wait, let's finish the story." Mu Yu was embarrassed. What made him feel the most helpless was that Mu Yu was still listening attentively. His face was full of yearning, and he was deeply attracted by village chief old Bu's story. Next, let's talk about how Mu Yu passed 6 trials and killed 7 generals. Speaking of which, village chief old Bu finished one story and was preparing for the next one. However, Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhexing still wanted to hear more. "Grandpa village chief, that's enough. Can we stop with the fairy tale?" Mu Yu interrupted village chief old Bu's speech. This story was too evil, and it had nothing to do with him at all. "Mu Yu, you're back. I'm telling your little brother about your glorious deed." Village chief old Bu stood up from his chair happily. This. Grandpa village chief, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. You know that I've always been a low-key person, so let's not talk about these little stories. Mu Yu knew that village chief old Bu's stories could fool 3-year-olds, but not cultivators. He was afraid that it would affect his image in the eyes of his family. However, Mu Hao asked in amazement, "Brother, did you really go to the demon race alone?" The heavenly sword was so angry that it pierced through the clouds and killed the flood dragon at the tribulation passing stage with its sword aura. "You helped the demon race get rid of the evil and returned peace to the demon race?" Mu Yu was stunned for a moment. Ah, that's not right. The village head's version of the story seems to be much more realistic than the ridiculous children's story of 3 white chicken spirits. He said uncertainly, I think so. Xiaoshui interrupted casually, what do you mean by maybe? Let me tell you, it's true. At that time, Mu Yu and I each had a sword and fought against the 4 leaders of the demon race together. We were fearless in the face of danger and killed 2 leaders of the dragon race in succession. It was I who led Mu Yu to liberate the entire demon race. Come on, I'll tell you the details. Then the little faker pulled Mu Hao aside and continued his speech. The little faker had learned the true teachings of the old faker. He was full of confidence and his momentum was not inferior to the old fakers at all. Mu Yu remembered that he had brought his family here, so he said to village chief old Bu, Grandpa village chief, let me introduce them to you. They are my family. Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhaxing were listening to Xiaoshui's story. Hearing Mu Yu's words, they quickly greeted village chief old Bu politely and got to know each other. Mr. Old Bu, thank you for taking care of Mu Yu all those years. It was our dereliction of duty, and we made a big mistake. Thank you very much. Mu Tianhe sincerely bowed. Village chief old Bu waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. We are all happy to see Mu Yu become successful. He is a good boy. If it weren't for your mistake, I wouldn't have known Mu Yu. Mu Tianhe smiled awkwardly. It had always been a hurdle in his heart that he had caused Mu Yu to lead a wandering life. He did not expect that village chief old Bu would let it go so easily. Village chief old Bu also realized that he had said something wrong in a moment of happiness. He quickly smiled and said, what I mean is that Mu Yu missed his family very much when he was young. Now that he has found them, it is naturally a good thing that he has fulfilled his wish. Now we all need to rely on Mu Yu's protection. Everything depends on Mu Yu's wishes. Old Mister is right. Mu Tianhe bowed. Mu Zhaxing was also very grateful to village chief old Bu. His son was raised by someone else and he could not escape the blame. Mu Zhaxing thought of Mu Yu's story and said with a smile, we don't know what happened to Mu Yu outside. Old Mister, you know better than us. It seems that we have neglected our duty. Not at all. I watched Mu Yu grow up. When he was young, he would hide in my arms when there was thunder. When he grew up, I still needed his protection. If you want to know what Mu Yu did before, you can come to me anytime. I will tell you. Village chief old Bu said cheerfully. Grandpa village chief, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Mu Yu quickly stopped village chief old Bu from exaggerating. He did not want him to blow his cover. It would be even worse if he tried to explain. Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhaxing smiled and said, then we won't disturb you. I will go ask little Hao. It seems that he has heard a lot. Mu Tianhe and Mu Zhaxing smiled and waved Mu Hao away. Mu Yu asked helplessly, Grandpa village chief, the story you told Mu Hao just now seems to have changed. Village chief old Bu said proudly, of course. I am half a cultivator now. Of course the story has to keep up with the times. I have already revised the first version of the legend of Mu Yu and made some deletions and additions. It is all thanks to Master Lu. He told me in detail how you helped the Array faction defeat the Talisman Grandmaster and became the leader of the Array Talisman School. He told me in detail how you were tricked by the Stargate and how you saved Master Lu from the zombies. In the battle with Sikong Chiwen, you killed Shadow Killer Ming Ming. You even went to the demon race and killed a few dragons. This time you went out and destroyed 3 of the 8 gates. Hurry up and tell Grandpa Village all the details so that I can write it in. Village Chief Old Bu shook a new book in his hand and chuckled. Every time Grandpa Village Chief wrote a book for Mu Yu felt guilty because the main character of the story was about to fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He hurriedly took the book and looked it over for himself. The book was simple and elegant. The cover was brown and made from the skin of a 7th-order demon beast, the white-faced tiger. No cultivator below the body fusion stage could leave a mark on the cover. At the moment, the words The Legend of Mu Yu were written in flamboyant calligraphy. It was Village Chief Old Bu's handwriting. It was very handsome and carefree. Yu could recognize it at a glance. He opened the book. It was written very well. The introduction on the front page said, "This book would like to thank Master Lu. He provided first-hand information about Yu and made a great contribution to publicizing Yu's great achievements." Yu's face turned red again. Why did he feel indescribably ashamed? After flipping through a few chapters, Yu was even more dumbfounded. This book was actually a hardcover with illustrations. Those illustrations were engraved with formations. As long as one touched it lightly, it would bring people into an illusion. Yu clicked on the illustration of warm wine slaying flood dragon. He personally saw his own imposing figure killing a great Mang flood dragon with a sword. The sword energy was unstoppable. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Mountains were toppled and seas were turned upside down. The illusion was so vivid that it was hard to tell if it was real or fake. Wow, even Yu himself believed it. How is it? Master Lu and I wrote this new version of the legend of Yu when we were free. We haven't finished it yet, only half of it. Let me tell you, this is a limited edition. There are too many illusionary illustrations. Master Lu personally wrote it, so it is impossible to mass publish it. Village Chief Old Bu said proudly. He was very satisfied with the new book he wrote. Chapter 1039. Such a high-level illusion formation must have come from Master Lu's hands. He didn't think that Master Lu and Village Chief Old Bu would come up with such a strange thing after he left for a while. Master Lu just happened to walk in from outside and said with a smile, "Yu, Village Chief Old Bu has always wanted to write a book, so he asked me to make a few illusion formations. I used the Talisman Grandmaster's talisman techniques as a reference and engraved the illusion formations on the highest level talisman paper. Then I bound it up. How is it? Is it okay?" Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course it was okay. The previous version of Yu's Legend of the Hero was the mortal version. Flying around on a flying sword was enough to scare a bunch of little brats. But this time, Village Chief Old Bu changed the story of Yu's Legend of the Hero. It was already the cultivation version. Fighting was a mix of sword chi and formation techniques. Magical weapons flew everywhere, and even cultivators had to believe in it. But why did Yu still feel a little ashamed in her heart? "Old Lu, did you draw an illusion of me?" Little Shuai heard that Yu's Legend of the Hero was updated again and ran over excitedly. He grabbed Master Lu's hand and asked innocently. He had always wanted Village Chief Old Bu to write Little Shuai's heroic legend of facing death with equanimity, but Village Chief Old Bu said that it was better to write Little Shuai's story in Yu's Legend of the Hero. Now that Master Lu was helping to draw the illustrations, he definitely wouldn't be content. Master Lu smiled and nodded, "Yes, of course. I even included the zombie incident in the Sand Eagle Palace. But most of it was just my imagination. If you're not satisfied with the illusion, I can change it." "That's good. We relied on Plants vs. Zombies last time. We fought that thing that looked like a pig and a horse in the underground. Wait, I want to see it too." Xiao Shuai floated beside Yu in satisfaction, his little hand constantly pointing at the illustrations of the illusion array. In the past few days, Yu and Zhuge Xiaosheng have left the array faction to destroy the Stargate and the Gate of Hell. Master Lu and Village Chief Old Bu have been sitting in the array hall, analyzing the situation in the cultivation world and making appropriate responses. But in their spare time, Village Chief Old Bu can't sit still and write a book with Master Lu. One made the story while the other drew the illustrations. The division of labor was clear, and the 2.0 version of Yu's Legend of the Hero was unparalleled and invincible. Yu returned the half-finished book to Chief Old Bu. He decided not to get involved in this matter. No matter how much he objected, he couldn't stop Chief Old Bu from writing Yu's Legend of the Brave World version 2.0. Since Chief Old Bu liked to exaggerate, he didn't mind. Speaking of which, it felt good to have someone write a biography for him. "Yu, you came back at the right time. I was just about to discuss with you about the future of the cultivation world. Village Chief Old Bu is now in high spirits because the situation in the cultivation world is now going according to his expectations. At first, he was just casually guessing the direction of the cultivation world according to his own ideas, but he didn't expect things to develop in an orderly manner like he said. Now, because of the destruction of the Red Dust Sect, Stargate, and the Gate of Hell, the cultivation world is once again in turmoil. With his guidance, the entire Array faction now listens to Chief Old Bu's orders. Chief Old Bu sends people from the Array faction to spread all kinds of news from time to time. Now, all kinds of rumors are spreading in the cultivation world. Muyu, do you know what the cultivation world is talking about now? Chief Old Bu has a relaxed look on his face. He is now more and more confident in his prediction of the situation. Xiao Shui jumped into Chief Old Bu's arms, pulled his beard, and urged, "Old faker, don't keep me in suspense. Tell me quickly." Chief Old Bu pinched Xiao Shui's little face and said cheerfully, "Little guy, why are you in such a hurry? When you went out this time, you destroyed the Red Dust Sect, Stargate, and the Gate of Hell, especially the Gate of Hell and the Red Dust Sect. These two sects were completely destroyed. Those self-cultivators originally placed their hopes on the 8 gates, but now the cultivation world is spreading the news that the Stargate and the Gate of Hell had an internal conflict. The Red Dust Sect stood on the side of the Stargate. In the end, the Gate of Hell destroyed the Red Dust Sect and the Stargate, and the Gate of Hell was also destroyed. Not only that, there are some other news, such as the Life and Death Sect also participated in this matter. The Earthly Emperor Sect and the Profound Spirit Sect had a dispute because of human, and the Jade Sect went to the Gate of Hell to avenge the Red Dust Sect. Old faker, why are these rumors so exaggerated? Won't the other sects come out to refute the rumors? Xiao Shui asked, puzzled. Village Chief Old Bu said mysteriously, "Little one, do you want me to say that you're still not good enough at fooling people?" Xiao Shui curled his lips. He knew how to talk nonsense, but he didn't know how to set up a trap. Muyu laughed, "Anyway, our original purpose was to stir up the cultivation world. When the 8 gates were not in trouble, it was hard for people to believe in rumors. But now that 3 of the 8 gates were destroyed, most people don't know the whole story. Plus, humans threat, so now everyone is listening to the wind and listening to the rain. Any random rumor is enough to disturb people's hearts and cause an uproar. Even if the other 5 sects want to clarify it, it's no longer persuasive. Everyone will think that the other 5 sects are trying to cover it up. Otherwise, how can psychological tactics be used to win by surprise? Village Chief Old Bu happily picked up the teapot and drank a mouthful of tea. Muyu is right. The 8 gates can't even take care of themselves, and the self-cultivators are beginning to doubt their leadership ability. They now understand the importance of Shen Immortals. Village Chief Old Bu excitedly told them about the recent events in the cultivation world. After the Red Dust Gate, the Gate of Hell, and Stargate were destroyed, Village Chief Old Bu sent people to each city as a stronghold to spread the news that only 9 Shen Immortals can save the cultivation world. It could be said that the battle between the Shen Immortals was pushed to the peak. This was the result that Muyu wanted. Although there were some accidents when they went to destroy the Gate of Hell and Stargate, they still managed to achieve the plan without any mishaps. The threefold palace doesn't dare to show their faces, and the 8 gates can't even protect themselves. At this time, we just need to add fuel to the fire, and we can easily take the initiative. Then we should think of a way to gather all the Extreme Immortals to the Extreme Immortal Steely. Muyu nodded. Village Chief Old Bu stroked his beard and asked, "Muyu, what do you want to do?" Muyu thought for a moment and said, "Due to some misgivings, the threefold palace can't confirm the time of the Extreme Immortal Steely. Then we'll confirm it. We'll release the conditions for opening the Extreme Immortal Steely. As long as we can gather 2/3 of the Extreme Immortals to the Extreme Immortal Steely, it'll be enough to start the selection of the 9 Shen Immortals. We'll first confirm the time of the gathering, and then it'll be time for the Pill Cauldron School to show their power. The Pill Cauldron School has suffered such a huge loss, how can they still show their power?" Xiao Shui asked. Muyu smiled. No matter how much the Pill Cauldron School has suffered, they're still alchemists. A level 7 pill is enough to make them go crazy. As long as they used a level 7 pill as a lead and released the news, it would cause a huge uproar whether they were extreme immortals or not. The self-cultivators would also spread the news to the other extreme immortals. If they could get a level 7 pill, it would be much more valuable than the magic treasures provided by the 8 gate. Xiao Shuai asked again, then when will the gathering be? Village chief Old Bu said without hesitation, the 8th of October. Xiao Shuai asked curiously, why the 8th of October? Is there any special meaning to that day? No, I just randomly decided it. Who said that the date has to have a special meaning? Village chief Old Bu laughed. Mu Yu knew that village chief Old Bu didn't randomly decide the date. Village chief Old Bu had a clear view of the entire situation. He focused on many factors, including the best time to spread the news, how long the self-cultivators needed to adapt to the situation, and also the reaction time of the threefold palace. Everything was in village chief Old Bu's mind. The 8th of October, this meant that there were still 2 months left. Mu Yu suddenly thought of something and said, Grandpa village chief, this time, a 9th layer tribulation passing expert from the Gate of Life and Death is in our array sect. How much information did you find about the Gate of Life and Death? He told village chief Old Bu about Jiangyu in detail. If possible, he needed to borrow Jiangyu's power to deal with the Gate of Life and Death. Village chief Old Bu stroked his beard and pondered for a moment before saying, the Gate of Life and Death is as strange as the Gate of Hell. They both have twins, so they definitely have twin corpse C or twin soul C. This time, the Gate of Hell was exterminated because of the destruction of twin corpse C. After the people from the Gate of Life and Death know about this, they will definitely increase the protection of their twin corpse C or twin soul C. I'm afraid it won't be that easy to exterminate the Gate of Life and Death. Mu Yu couldn't help but admit that village chief Old Bu had considered everything thoroughly. It was unrealistic to use the same method twice. This time, the threefold palace might be waiting for Mu Yu and Jiangyu at the Gate of Life and Death. Even though the two of them were very strong together, the threefold palace would definitely send out Great Ascension experts this time. Great Ascension experts had domain abilities and were far from what tribulation passing experts could deal with. That's right, I also found a strange place. Village chief Old Bu moved the map over. This map was carved with an array. No matter if it was the mountains or rivers, they were all very realistic. Even a tree on the mountain could shake. This map used an illusion array to depict the overall appearance of the threefold continent. Where were the cities and the distribution of the 8 gates? Everything was there. It was a treasure passed down from the formation sect a long time ago. Village chief Old Bu's hand swept across the map and the map was quickly shrunk. His finger pointed at certain places a few times and some markings appeared on the map. Connect these red dots together. What did you find? Xiao Shuai turned his head and shouted, I know, connected together, it looks like a big sesame seed cake. Mu Yu knocked on Xiao Shuai's head and carefully observed the map. He said in astonishment, it's an 8 trigrams array. Village chief Old Bu nodded. That's right, I'm also quite surprised. A few days ago, when I was thinking about the stairway to heaven in the formation hall, I inadvertently deduced the 8 trigrams array onto the map. I found that the arrangement of some places on the threefold continent was very strange. Furthermore, there were a few places that you have been to before. I tried to connect them together and I feel that the arrangement of these places in the 8 trigrams array isn't a coincidence. Chapter 1040. Village chief Old Bu pointed at the centermost point of the 3 continents. This is the location of the extreme immortal stele, which is also the center of the 3 continents. Formation sect and Pill Cauldron sect are located on the 2 sides of the extreme immortal stele, which is tens of thousands of miles apart. However, don't you think that the locations of Pill Cauldron sect and Formation sect are like the eyes of Taiji Yin Yang? Mu Yu said, that's right, but why are you so sure about these 8 red dots? Village chief Old Bu said, I drew them based on the relative distance of the 8 trigrams, with Formation Sect and Pill Cauldron Sect as the center. It's just a guess of mine. Look, this dot is in the Moryun mountain range to our east, this dot is in the Gate of Hell to the north, this dot is in the Great Swamp of the Demon Race in the west, this dot is in the 50-mile garden in the south, and that valley with the withered trees. This place should be in the direction of the sea, but I'm not very sure. I feel that these places are not simple, but I don't know where it is strange. Since you have been there before, did you notice anything strange? Muyu pondered for a long time. He took the formation map and kept enlarging the terrain of the Moryun mountain range. Then, he saw that red dot. If he enlarged it, the precise location was actually Chaotic Burial Valley. He then enlarged the terrain of the Demon Race in the west, and suddenly remembered that to cross the Great Swamp and enter the Azure Dragon dynasty, one had to pass through a huge rift valley. Azure Dragon Monster King had set up a spell that prevented one from flying above the rift valley. Back then, it was Qiao Shui who had guided Muyu on how to cross a transparent bridge above the rift valley. At that time, Muyu had even said that this rift valley looked a little similar to Chaotic Burial Valley. At the bottom of Chaotic Burial Valley was the crack of the world, and one could clearly see the spatial barrier that had been sealed by Muyu's master. After Muyu entered the Gate of Hell, he went all the way down from the ghost pit and saw another sealed spatial barrier. It was also set up by his master. How can there be such a coincidence? Muyu was astonished. What's wrong? Village Chief Old Bu asked. Muyu said solemnly, it's a crack that belongs to the world. My master has set up a powerful seal. He looked towards the northeast because the Moryun mountain range was on the east side of the continent, and there was a vast sea to the east. However, he clearly remembered seeing a rift valley in the sea. Little Commander, do you know that we were stranded on an island and were chased by sea flame beasts? Then, Qiao Shui brought us to a waterfall and we fell into a bottomless abyss. Muyu asked. The young sea flame beasts that were born in volcanoes chased after them. The adult sea flame beasts were very protective of their young, so they chased after them. Xiao Shui blinked. Oh, that's where we found the holy road to the demon island. Muyu pointed at the map and said, if I'm not wrong, that abyss is the northeast direction of this 8 trigrams. If we go deep underground, it's very likely that we'll find a crack to another world. Maybe Master has set up some kind of seal there. So you're saying that there are seals in the Withered Tree Valley and the 50-mile garden in the south? But we didn't see it. Xiao Shui asked. Muyu said, in my opinion, there's probably a seal under the river in Elder Father's Valley, and the Luyin Garden in the south could also be the entrance to the seal. Muyu was very familiar with the valley. He had stayed there for a long time, but he had never explored the bottom of the valley. If there really was a spatial barrier and something was sealed there, perhaps Deadwood's father was guarding it. Muyu's father was there. In the 50-mile garden in the south, Xiebiyu Laro is in charge, and in the valley, my father is in charge. I don't think it's a coincidence that they are here. Could it be that there are other formations in this world other than the immortal confining prison? Could it be that these sealing formations have some other purpose? Muyu fell into deep thought. If Master wanted to protect the 3 continents from the invasion of alien races from other worlds, it was possible that he had set up some powerful protective formations. This was also the reason why Bai Jie didn't dare to make a move openly. As the master of the 3 palaces, Bai Jie was very powerful. If he wanted to collect souls, he could kill people silently. There was no need for him to play tricks. However, Bai Jie hadn't shown himself yet. Instead, he had gone to great lengths to encourage Yuman to fight with the humans. Now, his reputation had been ruined by Muyu. It was likely that he had some misgivings. According to the 8 trigrams formation, I've also marked out a few other places for you. Let's take a look. The 8 directions of the 8 trigrams formation are Moryun Mountain Range, Isolated Island in the Sea, the Gate of Hell, Withered Tree Valley, and the entrance to the Demon Race. This place is a barren forest. Next is the garden in the south, and the mountain range near Penglian City. The remaining 2 are our Array faction and the Pill Cauldron sect. Muyu had already visited 6 of these places, intentionally or unintentionally. Only the barren forest and Pengliancheng side had not been visited. So, were these 8 places really as he thought? Did they all have an underground crack? If so, what did these 8 seals mean? Little Commander, last time we went to Massgrave Valley and the Gate of Hell. Do you have any impression of the seals there? Muyu asked. Little Commander sat on the chair and put his feet on the table. He thought for a moment and said, "It feels very familiar. Isn't the seal there very mysterious? Do you think there's a monster sealed in each place? For example, Akatsuki or that old devil?" Little Commander's guess was very likely correct, but Muyu couldn't be sure. He had no clue what his master had done in the past. He could only rely on himself to find out what secrets this world was hiding. Muyu carefully thought back to the scene he had seen. The seal of the world crack was very powerful. Even he couldn't fully understand it, but he still remembered the general outline of the formation. However, he suddenly understood why he couldn't understand this formation. The main reason was that the formation he saw wasn't a complete formation. The more Muyu thought about it, the clearer his mind became. So this was the reason, because whether it was the formation at the bottom of Massgrave Valley or the formation below the Gate of Hell, they were all only a part. If he wanted to fully understand this formation, he would need to recombine the formations in the 8 places. In that case, with Muyu's formation skills, he would be able to guess what the true function of this formation was. Then you mean that we have to go to these 8 places to find out about this matter? Little Shuai asked curiously after listening to Muyu's explanation. Muyu calculated the formation of the 2 world cracks that he had previously recorded. After pondering for a moment, he said, "These 8 formations must be a combination formation. As long as it's a combination formation, it can be realized through deduction. But right now, the formation of the 2 places can't be completely deduced. It's hard to say how to deduce it. At the very least, we have to go to a few more places." Village Chief Old Bu sat down and stared at the map for a long time. He said, "If our deduction is correct, then Bai Jie has also noticed these problems. Could he be dealing with the seals in these 8 places right now?" Muyu recalled the matter of meeting Akatsuki in the Moyun mountain range. He shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Maybe Bai Jie is also looking for the seals in these world cracks, but he didn't expect the seals to be arranged in such a way. This is because the last time we met Akatsuki, the people from the Gate of Hell found Akatsuki later than us. This means that they don't know the exact location. Otherwise, Bai Jie would definitely have the people from the Gate of Hell receive us there a long time ago. He wouldn't let us kill Akatsuki first." Village Chief Old Bu's eyes lit up. "So we still have the initiative?" "It's hard to say. Bai Jie must be trying his best to find these places. It's very likely that he's using other methods to determine these places. I have to find time to go to the southern 50-mile garden," Muyu said. "Why not go to the valley first?" Little Commander asked. "I'm going to the southern 50-mile garden mainly to bring Lanling and the others to the Array sect," Muyu explained. The people from Luo Chen Mountain were still living in the southern 50-mile garden. Although his master had set up a powerful formation in that small courtyard, Muyu still didn't feel at ease. However, Muyu had another problem that he hadn't solved yet. "What is it?" Little Muyu still has something on his mind. Village Chief Old Bu could tell what Muyu was thinking. After all, he had watched Muyu grow up. If Muyu had something on his mind, it wouldn't escape Village Chief Old Bu's eyes. Xiao Shuai gloated, "Old faker, Muyu has abducted 2 beautiful sisters. Now the 2 sisters have come to propose marriage. He is racking his brains over how to find an excuse to evade them." Muyu spread his hands and stared at Little Commander. He curled his lips and said, "Can you blame me? Is it up to me to decide who likes me? I'm lucky. Anyone can like me, okay?" Little Commander snorted and said, "You're just basking in my light, okay? My handsomeness infected you. Shameless." Muyu scolded. "You're about the same." Little Commander made a face. Muyu then asked Village Chief Old Bu, "Grandpa Village Chief, how do you think I should explain it to Tianran?" He realized that he could be brave and fearless when fighting with fierce enemies, but when facing love, he became a little slow. Xiao Shui and Tian Ran were both good girls. He didn't want to let either of them down. Village chief Old Bu tilted his head and said regretfully, "I don't have any experience." Little Commander asked doubtfully, "Old Faker, you've lived for so long, but I've never heard you mention a wife. Have you been single your whole life?" Village chief Old Bu said, "Sigh, my wife died early. It's a pity that I don't have any children, but fortunately, it's not bad to take care of a lot of children in the village. Not to mention that my little Mu Yu is so promising. I'm content with what I have." Mu Yu hadn't heard the village chief mention his wife. The village chief had lived for more than 100 years. He had an immortal body, but his wife was an ordinary person. It was normal that she couldn't withstand the passage of time. Mu Yu said with a smile, "Grandpa, don't you plan to find another person? You have an immortal body. Give birth to a lot of little Bu, little Bu, little Bu. You'll have stories to tell all day long." Chapter 1041. Pretend to have amnesia. Just say that you mistook Xiao Shui for Tian Ran when you were with her. Xiao Shui suggested. Then the next time you meet Xiao Shui, are you going to say that you mistook Tian Ran for Xiao Shui when you were with Tian Ran? Mu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who asked you to be greedy and find too? You're asking for a beating. Is that the point? Isn't it? Can't you learn from me? Look at how loyal I am. Yeah, your little Momo is indeed loyal to you. Ah, we agreed not to talk about little Momo. Mu Yu, why don't you tell Tian Ran that the White Ape Demon King wanted to be your father-in-law because of your talent? That's how you became in-laws. After all, you're a good boy in the eyes of the elders and a model husband in the eyes of the girls, right? Village chief Old Bu was very satisfied with Mu Yu. He didn't even blink when praising Mu Yu. Every time village chief Old Bu praised Mu Yu would feel inexplicably shy. He nodded and said, "Grandpa village chief, you know me the best. But old hairy monkey has always wanted to be my in-law. He always wants to take advantage of me. On the contrary, old hairy monkey hates Mu Yu. He always wants to scold Mu Yu." Xiao Shui snickered. "He's crazy. Whether I like Xiao Shui or not has nothing to do with him. He's as anxious as a monkey. He's a monkey, a big white ape." Mu Yu stayed at village chief Old Bu's place for a long time. He discussed all kinds of explanations with village chief Old Bu and Xiao Shui, but most of them were rejected by Mu Yu. Village chief Old Bu could always predict the future of the cultivation world, but when it came to this kind of problem, he couldn't do anything. He didn't have any experience in relationships, so most of his suggestions in this regard were unrealistic. Xiao Shui was very devoted to food, so his suggestions would only be a hindrance to Mu Yu. The three indecent fellows discussed for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. In the end, after thinking about it, Mu Yu felt that it was better to tell the truth. At least it would show more sincerity. "I think Tian Ran will be touched by my honesty. Everyone likes honest young men," Mu Yu said, stroking his chin. Xiao Shui curled his lips and said, "Forget it. Only those who are handsome can be trusted. Take me for example." "You can't do that." Mu Yu really wanted to beat the narcissistic Xiao Shui to death. Honesty is a virtue, but sometimes a white lie is better. It's already dark. If you don't go back now, they'll be worried. You should go back quickly. Don't let Tian Ran wait for too long. Village chief Old Bu urged. All right. After leaving the array hall, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse in the sky. The night breeze was gentle, and it was especially pleasant. Mu Yu thought that Tian Ran should still be in the manor, so he flew towards the manor. The manor was brightly lit. Many places in the array faction were arrays, and the things that were used for illumination could be realized by arrays. When he arrived at the manor's hall, he found Mu Tianhe laughing heartily. Tian Ran seemed to be chatting happily with Mu Tianhe. "Mu Yu, you're back. Tian Ran and I were talking about you." Mu Tianhe walked over and patted Mu Yu's shoulder with a smile. "Talking about me? What did you guys talk about?" Mu Yu secretly glanced at Tian Ran and quickly asked. Mu Tianhe smiled and said, "It's mainly about how you guys met in the past. Mu Yu, you're really lucky to have found such a virtuous wife." Tian Ran giggled and said, "Grandpa, you're overpraising me." The more Mu Tianhe looked at Tian Ran, the more satisfied he was. He said, "Mu Yu, Tian Ran already told me not to bully Tian Ran like that in the future. Do you understand?" Bully Tian Ran like that? Mu Yu's face was filled with astonishment. Wait, something was wrong. When did he bully Tian Ran? Speaking of which, when did he bully Tian Ran? He was clearly the victim who was pressed against the wall every time. Who was bullying who? However, Tian Ran stuck out her tongue and said, "With Grandpa in charge, Tian Ran is much more at ease." "Thank you, Grandpa." "Haha. Don't worry, I'll talk to Mu Yu about it in the future. I'll be leaving first." Mu Tianhe looked at Tian Ran with joy. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. His grandson was amazing, and his granddaughter-in-law was also outstanding. As a grandfather, he was naturally happy. Now that Mu Yu had returned, he thought that he should have prepared an excuse, so he didn't want to get involved. Tian Ran seemed to have thought of something and said, "Grandpa, the golden lotuses I gave you are from the Red Dust Sect's Tian Kai. You should take them as I say. They're very good for your body." "Okay, I'll go back and try them. I won't disturb the two of you." Mu Tianhe left with a smile. "Two of you, hehe, that's right." Mu Yu chuckled. Tian Ran blushed slightly and glared at Mu Yu. Mu Yu waited for Mu Tianhe to leave before asking curiously, "When did you and my grandpa become so close? What do you want him to take when he goes back?" "I'm not telling you." Tian Ran hugged little Shuai and snorted. Mu Yu spread his hands and didn't ask any more. He said, "If you don't want to tell me, then forget it. Anyway, you've seen my family. What do you think? Grandpa is a good person, but it's hard to say if you're a good person." Tian Ran said, "I'm so considerate. Am I not a good person?" Mu Yu muttered. He thought about how he had been praised to the heavens by the village chief. He didn't even want to come down. He even wrote a thick book to publicize his achievements. Tian Ran pulled Mu Yu's ear. "I haven't settled accounts with you yet. Do you want to explain to me about the matter of the in-laws? Is your in-laws so casual?" Mu Yu's face was bitter. He knew that he couldn't avoid this matter, so he didn't intend to hide it. He told her about the shameless matter of the White Ape Demon King. In the end, he said seriously, "I promise you that the word in-laws is just nonsense from that old hairy monkey. He's thick-skinned and likes to cause trouble." "If he's thick-skinned, then what about you?" Tian Ran snorted softly. Mu Yu touched his face. "I think my skin is still relatively thin. Little Shuai and I are both good children. Yes, both of us are thin-skinned people. We're the kind that can be broken by blowing and pinching. We can't stand praise." Little Shuai said in Tian Ran's arms. He stretched out his small hand and pinched his small face. It was rare for him to be shy. Mu Yu held back his laughter and puffed out his chest. He agreed with Little Shuai's words. Tian Ran sat on a chair and said curiously, "It doesn't matter. I don't care about those things. Now that I've seen your family, shouldn't the two of us do something further?" "Ah, do something further?" Mu Yu was stunned. His brain didn't turn for a moment. The wife had seen the family. What was the next step? Wasn't it? Wow, wasn't this too straightforward? When did Tian Ran become so straightforward? Was this still the cute and innocent girl he knew? Little Shuai also exclaimed, "Tian Ran, do you want to do something further with Mu Yu? What else? Do you want to wait?" Tian Ran said with a shrug. Her expression was quite serious. Mu Yu said a little uneasily, "I have no objections, but why did you suddenly?" Little Shuai also shouted, "Yes. Isn't it too sudden? How can you say in front of me that you want to do something shameful with Mu Yu?" Mu Yu wished he could strangle this blabbermouth to death. This kind of guy should be drowned in a pig cage for 8 to 10 days. Tian Ran grabbed Little Shuai's ear and said, "What shameful thing? Who wants to do something shameful with him? I'm saying that we should deal with the matters of the cultivation world. 3 of the 8 sects have been destroyed. Don't tell me you don't want to do something further." Weren't you discussing this matter with the village head grandpa just now? Don't tell me you weren't discussing the matters of the cultivation world. Oh, it's this matter. Like I said. Yes, we were seriously discussing the matters of the cultivation world with the village head grandpa just now. Little Shuai, what nonsense are you thinking? Look at what is in your little head all day. You've been led astray by Shimon Wuji. If you read those pornographic books in the future, I won't forgive you. Mu Yu promptly pretended to criticize little Shuai and then cast his gaze elsewhere. Tian Ran suspiciously looked at Mu Yu and said, "Did you have the same thoughts as little Shuai just now?" Mu Yu coughed twice and said in all seriousness, No, how could I think of those things? What I mean is, right now we need to recuperate. The following matters are all in the plan. Don't worry, I'm a good youth. Okay. After you left Luo Chen Mountain, you've also become bad. You're really thinking about this matter. Tian Ran angrily interrupted Mu Yu's words. With a glance, she knew that Mu Yu had a guilty conscience. Mu Yu hastily said, "How could that be? I'm different from little Shuai. Little Shuai isn't serious, but I'm very serious. I don't have any improper thoughts about you." What do you mean? When Tian Ran heard Mu Yu's words, she seemed to be even angrier. She glared at Mu Yu and put her hands on her waist. You don't have improper thoughts about me? Then you only have improper thoughts about Qiao Shui, right? Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts about me. Mu Yu opened his mouth, but he was speechless from Tian Ran's words. What did Tian Ran mean? Why did she sound so sour? Did she eat sour plums? Why did her tone change when she mentioned Qiao Shui? However, when Mu Yu looked at Tian Ran's innocent appearance, her clear eyes clearly reflected Mu Yu's appearance. He could even see his own eyelashes in her eyes. His heart rapidly beat in his chest, as if he had returned to the time when he was young and ignorant. Under a tree in Luo Chen Mountain, Tian Ran taught Mu Yu the tree thump technique. The pitiful banyan tree was hit by Tian Ran's fist until it trembled and its leaves fell to the ground. The sky gradually darkened and the moon climbed up the branches. Mu Yu didn't know where his courage came from, but he suddenly pulled Tian Ran and ran towards the array hall. As he ran, he said, "You're right. We've already met family, so of course we have to take the next step. Let's go and turn our improper thoughts into reality." What are you talking about? What improper thoughts into reality? Tian Ran anxiously asked. Her face was almost completely red, and her heart was still thumping. She didn't understand why Mu Yu was pulling her away. Of course it's to sleep in the same bed and have a good dream together, Mu Yu said without turning his head. Just like little Shuai said, since it wasn't the first time he was acting like a pervert, he might as well go all the way. I haven't decided if I want to. Forget it. By the time you decide, the sky will be bright. We have to hurry. Little Shuai excitedly chased after them. Great, I also want to sleep in your bed. I'll sleep in the middle. Chapter 1042. The morning sun shone on the array sect, and the entire array sect was covered with a layer of vigorous brilliance. Mu Yu opened his eyes. The girl in his arms was still sleeping, and her long eyelashes looked particularly charming. He climbed out of the bed, covered Tian Ran with a quilt, then put on his clothes and walked out. Xiao Shuai was tricked by Mu Yu into sleeping at village chief Old Biyu's place with a roast pig last night. Otherwise, he would definitely say that he wanted to stay in their room to join in the fun. Mu Yu stretched lazily and went to the highest mountain of the array sect. Looking at the sun in the east, he ran the Falling Dust Sutra. He opened his eyes and was surprised to find that his cultivation seemed to be one step closer. Strange, my cultivation will improve greatly when I cultivate with a girl. Mu Yu felt that this world was really full of surprises. Now that his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the crossing tribulation stage, he was already a top master in the ordinary sects of the cultivation world. However, he understood that when facing the Mahayana stage of the threefold palace, his strength was still not enough. You are already prepared to die, so why did you choose to be so close to that girl? Don't you think you are very selfish? Gomang's voice suddenly sounded in Mu Yu's mind. Mu Yu sat on the stone and looked at the appearance of the entire array sect. He asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" "You should leave her and let her find someone who loves her more than you," Gomang said. Mu Yu shook his head and calmly replied, "In this world, except for her parents, no one will like her more than me. Since you like her, you should think for her and be willing to let her go. Now, you should deliberately alienate her and let her gradually become disheartened with you and leave her. If you are cruel now, you won't make her sad in the future," Gomang said. Mu Yu smiled slightly. This logic is too stupid. She has no one to rely on now. If I alienate her now and leave her, where will she go? Wandering around the cultivation world and then being caught by the threefold palace? In the future, after I find a way to save Master and resurrect Deadwood Daddy, they will take care of her for me. At that time, when I leave, at least she will have someone to rely on." Gomang was silent for a moment, then said, "Then you shouldn't have done that with her and let her have expectations." "What does that have to do with you?" Mu Yu had purposely blocked Gomang's consciousness last night to prevent him from getting involved. "You and I are one." Gomang's voice sounded very annoyed. Today's Mu Yu was no longer the youth in the Moyun mountain range who could be easily disturbed by him. Gomang's current consciousness could not fight against Mu Yu. Last night, he had been rudely suppressed by Mu Yu without even saying goodbye. He was still brooding over it. Mu Yu stretched out his hand and gently swept through the crevices of the rocks. The pine grass in the crevices of the cliff bloomed with vitality. This kind of grass was extremely tenacious and could grow even in the cold peaks. He looked at the pine grass tender leaves shaking off the morning dew, then laughed. "This is probably the difference between you and me." Gomang and Xian Ming relied on each other, resulting in subtle feelings between Mu Yu and Qiao Shui. However, Mu Yu knew that if it were not for the influence of Gomang and Xian Ming, he would only like Tian Ran. However, it was hard to say who was right and who was wrong when it came to fate. Since it had happened, Mu Yu did not like to avoid anything. Although he had chosen his fate, people had to experience life and death. No matter how much they loved each other, there would be a day when they had to leave each other. Mu Yu just wanted to get along with tranquility before he left. Gomang did not speak again, and Mu Yu was too lazy to say anything. He walked down the mountain and returned to the array hall, arriving at Village Chief Old Buyu's place. Village Chief Old Buyu had woken up very early and was eating breakfast. When he saw Mu Yu, he hurriedly called Mu Yu over. "Last night, Little Handsome told me that it's good to be young." Village Chief Old Buyu laughed and took a bite of the sesame seed cake. He had cooked this cake himself. Now, in the array hall, Mu Yu had specially opened up a space for him to cook for Village Chief Old Buyu. Village Chief Old Buyu was a mortal, so he needed to eat breakfast. "Grandpa, low-key, low-key," Mu Yu chuckled as he picked up a sesame seed cake and ate it with soy milk. He turned his head and saw Little Handsome, who had turned into a naughty child, sleeping soundly on Village Chief Old Buyu's bed. He had even kicked the blanket off the bed. He found it funny and shouted, "Time to eat! Time to eat! Time to eat!" Little Handsome sleepily crawled up and staggered towards them. Midway, he almost tripped over the blanket. He then sat on the chair and yawned. The smell of the sesame seed cake made Little Handsome open his eyes. Little Handsome quickly got rid of his sleepiness and began to eat. "I like to eat the old faker's sesame seed cake," Little Handsome said with his mouth full. "I like it too. I grew up eating Grandpa's sesame seed cake." Mu Yu also stuffed his mouth full. He had not eaten a good meal for a long time. Village Chief Old Buyu looked at the two of them happily and said with a smile, "If you like it, I'll make it for you every day." "Grandpa, do I have a share?" Tian Ran also walked in from outside. She was wearing a green dress today and looked like a green flower fairy. She was witty and cute. "Yes, yes." Village Chief Old Buyu quickly got up and went to the kitchen to get another plate. Tian Ran also sat around the table and picked up her chopsticks. Golden Spirit Force covered the chopsticks and cut the sesame seed cake into small pieces. Then she picked up a piece of sesame seed cake and slowly ate it. Mu Yu looked at Tian Ran's elegant way of eating and then looked at village chief Old Bu and Little Handsome, who were eating the sesame seed cake with their hands. He also looked at his own casual way of eating and said, Tian Ran, this is not like your style of eating. You used to eat with us at Luochen Mountain in a hurry. When they were at Luochen Mountain, everyone had to compete with each other when eating. They would fight with their chopsticks on the table and desperately fight for the food cooked by their master. If they were too slow, they would have to eat and choose food. Therefore, everyone ate casually. Tian Ran was very lively and cheerful. It was impossible for her to be well behaved. Isn't that different? Now I want to be more ladylike, Tian Ran said seriously. Mu Yu took another sip of soy milk and curled his lips. You became ladylike after sleeping? Didn't you say that you can't be ladylike? Tian Ran used to say that her mother wanted her to be ladylike, but she couldn't change. Tian Ran glanced at Mu Yu and blushed. Wouldn't it be bad if I'm too casual when eating with your family? Tian Ran is already the daughter-in-law of your Mu family. People are worried that your family will dislike her. Village chief Old Bu reminded. Grandpa, you are also Mu Yu's family. Please don't dislike me, Tian Ran said with a red face. No, I don't dislike you. I'm not from a rich family. I don't even look good when eating. How can I dislike you? Village chief Old Bu waved his hand. Mu Yu snickered. Tian Ran, you'd better do what you're supposed to. Grandpa didn't make too many sesame seed cakes. Xiao Shuai has already eaten 5. He's staring at your bowl. I'm hungry. Xiao Shuai blinked his big eyes and said pitifully. Village chief Old Bu laughed. Little one, I know you have a big appetite. I specially made a lot this morning. I'll get more for you. Tian Ran held her chin and asked, Mu Yu, you won't leave me, right? Mu Yu was stunned. Why do you ask? Tian Ran shook her head. I don't know. I always feel a little uneasy. Now that my parents are missing, I don't want anything to happen to you. Mu Yu held Tian Ran's hand and said seriously, I won't. Before I find your parents, nothing will happen to me. Don't worry. Tian Ran nodded and then said with a red face, Last night, we had a good dream together. Mu Yu said as if nothing had happened. Xiao Shuai shouted, Tonight, I'm going to sleep in the same bed as Tian Ran. Mu Yu will sleep on the floor. Go play in the mud. Mu Yu said in a bad mood. Nowadays, everywhere in the cultivation world, people were in a panic. Even if they stayed in their own sects, they were extremely uneasy. When they went out, they had to go in groups and didn't dare to go to places where there was no one. Pill Cauldron Sect's territory, Pill City, 4 Seas is home in. 4 Seas is home in was originally one of the Pill Cauldron Sect's businesses. However, a few months ago, the Pill Cauldron Sect's Daoist Yuan was attacked by Yuman on his way back. This caused the entire Pill Cauldron Sect to close down and no longer involve themselves in the cultivation world. Therefore, many of the Pill Cauldron Sect's businesses were forced to close down. The 4 Seas is home inn was originally closed, but in the past few days, this largest inn in Pill City had suddenly reopened for business. Furthermore, it brought with it an exciting piece of news. The Pill Cauldron Sect was prepared to reward the extreme immortals with 9 7th-grade medicinal pills, 100 6th-grade medicinal pills, and 1,000 5th-grade medicinal pills to help fight against the human demons. However, the prerequisite was that all the extreme immortals had to gather at the Extreme Immortal Stele on the 8th of October. The stele would then be activated and the 9 Xian immortals would be chosen. This news caused a sensation in the cultivation world. No one expected the Pill Cauldron Sect to stand up at this time and offer such a generous reward. In the face of humans' wanton behavior, the Triple Palace's refusal to show up, and the 8 Gates' prestige was lost, the extreme immortals had undoubtedly become everyone's hope. 4 Seas' home inn was extremely lively these past few days. Many cultivators had gathered at this inn, preparing to find out more about the extreme immortals and the Pill Cauldron Sect. Have you heard? 2 cities have already been destroyed by the Earth Human and Fire Human. The Earth Human and Fire Human? That's right, they ended up in the same situation as the Red Dust Sect. Moreover, It said that the 8 gates suffered the most casualties in these 2 cities. Not only that, but the sects that helped the 8 gates also suffered heavy losses. A while ago, the 8 gates led us to defeat Human. Now, Human is planning to take revenge on the 8 gates. The Stargate was destroyed, and the Gate of Hell and the Red Dust sect were uprooted. It seems like we have to draw a clear line with the 8 gates. That's right. Now, our only hope is the 9 mystic immortals on the Extreme Immortal leaderboard. The Pill Cauldron sect didn't expect to appear at this time. What a timely reign. I heard that the Array sect is also planning to build a solid fortress and use arrays to resist the Human. 4 Seas' home inn was bustling with people. While everyone was resting, they would also pass on the latest news to each other. Many people would ask the manager of the 4 Seas' home inn more about the Pill Cauldron sect's current situation. Unfortunately, the manager wasn't very clear. He was only responsible for receiving orders and had never been to the Pill Cauldron sect. Everyone was still unwilling to give up. However, the news of the Extreme Immortals gathering on the 8th of October had already spread throughout the cultivation world. The pills provided by the Pill Cauldron sect were too tempting, so many Extreme Immortals remembered the date. The 8th of October. Chapter 1043. It was a young man with a determined face. His eyebrows exuded an air of arrogance. He looked very cold and unapproachable. However, his aura was very weak. It seemed that he was only at the chi refining stage. He sat in the corner and was inconspicuous. No one would look at him. What was strange was that he carried a broadsword on his back. The broadsword was very heavy. It was made of ordinary black iron and was even covered with cracks. It looked like it would break into a pile of scrap iron with a slight touch. He sat alone and listened to the conversation of the cultivators in the inn. He did not say much and just drank his wine without any sadness or joy. After a while, a strong aura came from the door and shocked the entire inn. The inn suddenly quieted down. A young man stood at the door. He looked to be in his 30s. His eyebrows were like swords and his eyes were like torches. He was not tall, but he attracted everyone's attention. This person's aura was like a vast ocean, surging up and down. It was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's heart, making them feel extremely heavy. A tribulation stage expert. Everyone in the inn looked at the man in front of them in surprise. In the battle between Human and the cultivators, the tribulation stage experts of the 8 sects had all come out. Every tribulation stage expert was a big shot who stirred up a storm. They had all seen the aura of a tribulation stage expert. However, no one recognized this young man in front of them. Such a young tribulation stage expert? Who is this person? This is the uniform of the Sword Cleansing Valley. He's from the Sword Cleansing Valley. Some sharp-eyed cultivators had figured out this person's origin. The genius of the Sword Cleansing Valley. Everyone looked at the young man in awe. The Sword Cleansing Valley was also a powerful sect. Although its overall strength was not as strong as the 8 sects, it was not far off. The people in the sect were all named after swords. There were many people in the younger generation who were famous. 7 or 8 of them were even on the Supreme Immortal ranking board. As soon as this man stepped into the inn, he did not hide his aura at all. His terrifying aura suppressed everyone in the inn, making them fearful. Rumor has it that the Sword Cleansing Valley has an unparalleled genius named Heavenly Spine Sword. When the Supreme Immortal ranking board was first released, he became the 23rd person on the Supreme Immortal ranking board. His ranking has not changed since then. Could it be him? Heavenly Spine Sword? I've also heard of this person. It must be him. The people in the inn suddenly started to talk about it. Many people also exclaimed out loud. If it was really the Heavenly Spine Sword, then this person was absolutely a monstrous existence. This was because the strongest of the younger generation in the Sword Cleansing Valley was him. His swordsmanship was unparalleled. The man's eyes flickered with a cold light, like a sharp sword light, making people not dare to look at him directly. He didn't pay attention to the discussions of others. Instead, his gaze fell on the young man with a broadsword on his back in the corner. Then, he slowly walked towards the young man with a broadsword. The broadsword young man was still drinking and did not look at the people of the sword-washing valley. He also turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him. "Can I sit in this seat?" the man from the sword-washing valley asked. "That depends on whether you have the qualifications to sit there." The broadsword young man poured himself a glass of wine indifferently. "Is the name of Heavenly Spine Sword qualified?" the man from Sword Cleansing Valley asked coldly. It really was him. Everyone in the inn was secretly shocked. Originally, they were just guessing about this man from the Sword Cleansing Valley. They didn't expect this person to be the Heavenly Spine Sword. The Heavenly Spine Sword was the first person in the Sword Cleansing Valley to reach the Crossing Calamity stage before the age of 40. Such talent was incomparably heaven-defying even among the 8 sect. I didn't expect the Heavenly Spine Sword to be so young. With such an outstanding talent, he must be one of the 9 Xian Immortals. Yes. As long as he obtains the power of the Supreme Immortal Tablet and becomes one of the 9 Xian Immortals, then human won't be a problem. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the Heavenly Spine Sword with anticipation. They wanted to see something from the Heavenly Spine Sword. However, many people also looked at the broadsword young man. This strange young man who looked like he was only at the Qi cultivation stage and the Heavenly Spine Sword were like heaven and earth. What they didn't understand was why the Heavenly Spine Sword was looking for trouble with this young man with a broken broadsword. The broadsword young man looked at the Heavenly Spine Sword indifferently and said contemptuously, "You don't have the qualifications." Wow. As soon as the broadsword young man finished speaking, the entire inn was in an uproar. Who is this person? How dare he speak to the Heavenly Spine Sword of the Sword Cleansing Valley like that? Is he courting death? A mere Qi cultivation stage cultivator dares to offend the Heavenly Spine Sword? He must be tired of living. The self-cultivators in the inn began to criticize the broadsword young man for not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. He actually dared to speak to the #1 genius of the Sword Cleansing Valley like that. The Heavenly Spine Sword was now a tribulation passing stage genius. In everyone's opinion, a tribulation passing stage genius and a member of the Supreme Immortal ranking would definitely become one of the 9 Xian Immortals. In the future, he would definitely lead everyone to defeat human. However, a young man with a broken iron sword dared to be so disrespectful to the Heavenly Spine Sword. Everyone looked at the broadsword young man with pity as if he was already a corpse. The Heavenly Spine Sword's cold gaze pierced the broadsword young man's body. The piercing cold gaze seemed to penetrate through the young man. A terrifying aura swept through everyone in the inn like a stormy sea. All the self-cultivators in the inn looked at the Heavenly Spine Sword in horror and were already drenched in cold sweat. "You are very arrogant," the Heavenly Spine Sword said coldly. The broadsword young man took a sip of wine and said indifferently, "Fuck off." It's not surprising that someone who dares to talk to the Heavenly Spine Sword like that would be killed. This was the thought of all the self-cultivators in the inn. The Heavenly Spine Sword looked at the broadsword on the young man's back and smiled. Even though it was a smile, it was very cold. "I heard that Jiu Etian used an ordinary iron sword to travel the self-cultivator world. I've wanted to see it for a long time." Jiu Etian. The entire inn was shocked again. There were many strange geniuses in the self-cultivator world, and Jiu Etian was one of them. No one knew which sect Jiu Etian came from. He was a rising star who relied on an ordinary iron sword to force his way into the Supreme Immortal ranking. Originally, people thought he was from the Sword Cleansing Valley until he killed a genius from the Sword Cleansing Valley. Then they realized he wasn't from the Sword Cleansing Valley. Before Jiu Etian became famous, there was a powerful sword cultivator in the self-cultivator world named Broken Sword. Broken Sword was also a nameless master. Rumor had it that his sword was made of ordinary iron and was full of cracks. However, it had never been broken. Those who could leave cracks on his sword were all famous. When the self-cultivator world talked about Jiu Etian, they all thought he was Broken Sword's disciple. However, This matter couldn't be verified because Gu Etian and Broken Sword were both mysterious. As for the rumored Broken Sword, no one knew his true strength because he had disappeared from the self-cultivator world for many years. However, some guessed that his cultivation had already reached the tribulation passing stage. If Gu Etian obtained Broken Sword's true inheritance, then he was worthy of attention. Gu Etian. It's him. I should have thought of it earlier. Who else but him would carry a broken iron sword on his back? He only has the aura of a chi condensation stage cultivator. He tricked us all. Although Gu Etian is very powerful, he's only ranked 45th in the Extreme Immortal ranking. Heavenly Spine Sword is ranked 23rd in the Extreme Immortal ranking. How could Gu Etian dare to challenge Heavenly Spine Sword like this? Although Gu Etian's name was very famous in the self-cultivator world, he was still weaker than the Extreme Immortal ranking. Everyone was shocked by the speed of Heavenly Spine Sword's attack. That sword was as insufferably arrogant as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an inconceivable realm. It was far from what they, who were at a lower realm, could understand. Heavenly Spine Sword was a genius at the crossing calamity stage. His swordsmanship had already reached the acme of perfection. The genius of the sword cleansing valley is indeed terrifying. Gu Etian is doomed. But just when everyone thought that the conceited Gu Etian would be killed by this sword, Gu Etian indifferently picked up a chopstick from the table and faced Heavenly Spine Sword. A chopstick. Gu Etian actually used a chopstick to face the enemy. Was this person really arrogant to this extent? The self-cultivators in the inn all looked at Gu Etian in astonishment. They felt that Gu Etian was really arrogant to the point of being unreasonable. Facing the #1 genius of the sword cleansing valley, he actually only used a chopstick. How could a chopstick be compared to the Heavenly Spine Sword, which was known as the Spine of the Sky? It was too disrespectful to the opponent. Gu Etian was really courting death. Chapter 1044. The chopstick looked ordinary and fragile, but in Gu Etian's hand, it formed a different scene. At some point, the chopstick burst out with a powerful sword chi, as if it contained a divine sword. The sword light shot out from the chopstick and collided with the swift tip of the Heavenly Spine Sword. Ding! The powerful sword chi surged violently, but it didn't affect other places. It only violently collided with the Heavenly Spine Sword and the chopstick. Then, with a sudden tremor, the Heavenly Spine Sword's expression changed. Thump, thump, thump. He took 10 steps back before barely stopping. How was this possible? Gu Etian, who was ranked 45th, used a chopstick to repel the Heavenly Spine Sword, who was ranked 23rd. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked in disbelief at Gu Etian, who was still sitting in the same place. Stormy waves had already set off in their heart. Bang! The Heavenly Spine Sword stepped on the ground and crushed the floor of the inn. Silence. The entire inn was silent. A battle between experts could be decided in the blink of an eye. No one would have thought that Gu Etian, who was looked down upon by everyone, would be able to repel the Heavenly Spine Sword without even drawing his broadsword when facing the genius of the sword cleansing valley. The Heavenly Spine Sword was already at the crossing calamity stage. Didn't this mean that Gu Etian was also at the crossing calamity stage? Then he was only ranked 45th. Didn't this mean that he just didn't make it to the ranking list? Everyone's expression changed when they looked at Gu Etian. What was the background of such a monster? How could he be so terrifying? He hid so deeply that even the genius of the sword cleansing valley was no match for him. The Heavenly Spine Sword's expression had become very gloomy. He was originally a genius of the sword cleansing valley. After cultivating bitterly for so many years, he thought that his swordsmanship had reached the peak and was enough to challenge the legendary disciple of Sword Shadow Chen Feng. But what made him angry was that he couldn't even defeat a person of unknown origin with a single sword strike. You have some skills. The Heavenly Spine Sword gently turned the sword in his hand and said coldly, "But if you think you're stronger than me, then you're gravely mistaken. If you don't use the sword on your back, you're courting death." Heavenly Spine Sword raised his sword again and pointed it at Gu Etienne. His aura rose again. He had only used his sword to test the waters. He hadn't used his full strength at all. Gu Etienne looked at the Heavenly Spine Sword with disdain. Only those who truly know how to use the sword are worthy of my broadsword. Who do you think you are? That figure appeared in Gu Etienne's mind. Back in the Moyun mountain range, he had lost to that person. Now, he had relied on his tenacious perseverance to reach the crossing calamity stage as a body cultivator. What he wanted to do the most was to find that person and have a fair fight with him. As for the Heavenly Spine Sword, it was not in his eyes at all. Is there anyone in the world who knows more about the sword than our sword cleansing valley? Heavenly Spine Sword said disdainfully. Gu Etienne looked at the Heavenly Spine Sword with disdain. Your swordsmanship is not worth mentioning in front of them. Who are they? Heavenly Spine Sword frowned. Gu Etienne didn't answer. He didn't care to answer. He just stood up indifferently and walked towards the door of the inn as if the Heavenly Spine Sword was just a joke in front of him. Everyone automatically made way for him, not daring to stop his footsteps. The Heavenly Spine Sword flew into a rage out of humiliation. He was infuriated by Gu Etienne's attitude. The sword in his hand attacked again. This time, his sword chi was like a landslide, making people feel small. All the cultivators in the inn had already flashed out of the windows, afraid that they would suffer an unexpected disaster if they were a step late. The Heavenly Spine Sword's sword was domineering and sharp as it stabbed towards Gu Etienne's back. Gu Etienne suddenly turned around and grabbed the sword with his left hand. Humph, you're courting death. The Heavenly Spine Sword sneered in his heart when he saw that Gu Etienne intended to meet his sword with his bare hands. Was his sword so easy to catch? The sword chi in his hand flourished again. He wanted Gu Etienne to pay the price. Clang. The sound of metal colliding was heard. What the Heavenly Spine Sword didn't expect was that Gu Etienne actually grabbed the Heavenly Spine Sword with his hand. His body was like an indestructible divine weapon. A powerful force came from the tip of the Heavenly Spine Sword and blasted back. Thump thump thump. The Heavenly Spine Sword's expression changed again and he took 10 steps back for the second time. He didn't expect Gu Etienne to be so powerful. Ha ha. Gu Etienne is indeed hiding his strength. It was not in vain for us to come here personally. At this moment, loud laughter came from outside the inn. Soon after, an old man with a head full of white hair slowly walked in from the entrance of the inn. His appearance caused the onlookers on the street and in the inn to cry out in surprise once again. It's Elder Tian Huyang of Stargate. I didn't expect him to appear here. The mountain gate of Stargate was destroyed. Tian Xingzhou, who was in the 6th sky of the tribulation passing stage, died. The Stargate suffered a great loss. As an expert in the 5th sky of the tribulation passing stage, Tian Huyang had become the supreme elder of Stargate. Many people had seen Tian Huyang lead the self-cultivators to kill Yuman in Wuqiu City. Tian Huyang left a deep impression on them. They didn't expect such an unfathomable person to appear in this place today. Tian Huyang walked in from the entrance and blocked Gu Etienne's path. He looked at Gu Etienne indifferently and said, "You are very powerful. The news said that you are a very special person who walks the path of sword cultivation and body cultivation. You were born unable to cultivate, but your understanding of sword cultivation is extremely profound. Your body has been refined into a divine weapon. It seems that it is true." Gu Etienne stood indifferently and said, "Do you two want to fight together? I alone am enough to deal with you." The Heavenly Spine Sword rebuked angrily. However, Tian Huyang stretched out his hand and stopped the Heavenly Spine Sword. "Heavenly Spine Sword, I will take over from here." The Heavenly Spine Sword's face was livid as he said, "Master asked me to take charge of this matter. You don't even have the qualifications to make him draw his sword," Tian Huyang said without any trace of politeness. The Heavenly Spine Sword clenched his fist. He was extremely angry. As the #1 genius of Sword Cleansing Valley, when had he ever been humiliated like this? However, he couldn't refute Tian Huyang's words because from beginning to end, Jiu Etian hadn't drawn his sword. The first time, Jiu Etian had used chopsticks to beat him back. The second time, Jiu Etian had beaten him back with his bare hands. This had greatly damaged his self-confidence. He really didn't have the qualifications to make Jiu Etian draw his sword. "Why are you looking for me?" Jiu Etian asked simply. "You are very lucky. Someone has taken a fancy to you. Come with us," Tian Huyang said conceitedly. The heavenly spine sword replied without hesitation, not interested. Tian Huyang lazily glanced at the Four Seas home inn. The entire inn had become empty because of the fight between the heavenly spine sword and Jiu Etian. No one dared to linger for fear of being affected by the sword chi. However, both of them were experts at the tribulation stage and had excellent control over their sword chi. Other than the floor being cracked by the heavenly spine sword, the rest of the inn was intact. Only those who had reached a high level could do this. The heavenly spine sword had damaged the floor, but Jiu Etian hadn't even broken a chopstick. It was clear who had won and who had lost. Tian Huyang glanced at the self-cultivators who were peeking outside. He raised his hand and closed the door of the inn. Then he walked to a table and sat down. Tian Huyang rolled up his sleeve and an empty wine cup on the counter flew into his hand. He slowly poured himself a cup of wine and asked, "Are you not interested in the Sanchong Palace?" The heavenly spine sword snorted, "I don't trust the Sanchong Palace. The Sanchong Palace is everywhere. It's unwise for you not to trust it," Tian Huyang said with a smile. "I only know that those who set up true gods aren't good people," the heavenly spine sword said indifferently. Tian Huyang looked at the heavenly spine sword in surprise. "So you believe in Jianying Chenfeng?" The heavenly spine sword didn't answer and continued to walk toward the door. The heavenly spine sword clenched his sword, his eyes still fixed on the heavenly spine sword. Tian Huyang asked unhurriedly, "Then do you believe in Boyang Daoren?" The heavenly spine sword suddenly stopped in his tracks. "It seems that one-armed old man really is your master. I really didn't expect that a piece of trash who only reached the Jindan period could teach such a talented person like you. Master said that you were a sword cultivator genius that had been buried. So that's how it is." Tian Huyang sighed. The heavenly spine sword suddenly turned around. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "What did you do to my master?" A fierce aura burst forth from the heavenly spine sword. He was like a slumbering sword that was gradually awakening. Resuscitation. Tian Huyang tapped his fingers on the table. Suddenly, two figures flashed through the inn. Then, a third tribulation stage aura filled the entire inn. However, this aura was mixed with a weak Jindan period aura. The pale-faced Boyang Daoren appeared in the inn. He was dressed in plain clothes and his left arm was missing. Next to him stood a middle-aged man who was at the second heaven of tribulation stage. This person was called Chenyuan Wan. He was another tribulation stage elder of the Stargate. "Master." The rims of the heavenly spine sword sect's eyes turned red. No matter how indifferent he was overwhelmed with emotions the moment he saw Boyang Daoren. Boyang Daoren took the poor heavenly spine sword sect away from the academy in the past. He gave heavenly spine sword sect a chance to be a cultivator and made heavenly spine sword sect what he was today. Even though heavenly spine sword sect's cultivation had far surpassed Boyang Daoren's, he would always respect Boyang Daoren the most in his heart. "Etienne, get out of here. Don't worry about me. I'm old. At most, I'll just die. You have to take good care of yourself." Boyang Daoren felt gratified and worried when he saw the strong aura on the heavenly spine sword sect's body. He was happy that his disciple was successful. However, he was also very sad that his weak master had become his disciple's burden. He was just a cultivator from the Jindan period. He concealed his identity in the Moyun Mountains and didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the cultivation world. However, 3 days ago, a godlike person found him and took him away without any explanation. He knew that his disciple might have caused trouble outside. "Master, don't worry. No one can hurt you." Heavenly Spine Sword Sect's voice had become extremely cold. It was like a piece of ice that could freeze people's souls. Tian Huyang laughed and said, I didn't expect that you would recognize a good-for-nothing from the Jindan period as your master. He was a strong man and wanted to end his own life. He didn't want to be a burden to you. However, I didn't agree to his death, so he can't die. Heavenly Spine Sword Sect clenched his fists and looked at Tian Huyang. What do you want? His heart was already filled with killing intent. He thought that no one would disturb his master when he concealed his identity in the Moyun Mountains. Moreover, he had never mentioned his origin to anyone when he was wandering in the cultivation world. However, he never expected that someone would find Boyang Daoren. Heavenly Spine Sword Sect still didn't know why the other party was looking for him. Tian Huyang smiled faintly. It's your honor that the master has taken a fancy to your aptitude. We want you to deal with someone for us. What if I don't agree? Chapter 1045. It was a broadsword riddled with scars and cracks. It looked like it could break into pieces at any time. But when Jiyu Etian held the sword, an indescribable aura came from the sword. It was as if the ordinary sword contained monstrous killing intent and instantly merged with Jiyu Etian. The Heavenly Spine Sword and Tian Huyang became cautious. They didn't underestimate the sword. Tianyuan Wan suddenly grabbed Boyang Daren's throat. At the same time, he grabbed Boyang Daren's other hand and said coldly, "If you don't agree, your trash master doesn't need to keep his right arm anymore." Boyang Daren's face showed a painful expression. Tianyuan Wan was a master at the crossing calamity stage. How could he, a little Jindan period cultivator, resist? But Boyang Daoren clenched his teeth and didn't let himself cry out. He said with a trembling voice, "Etian, go. Don't compromise with them." Jiyu Etian's sword was already emitting a sharp sword aura. The anger in his heart had already spread to his sword. The whole sword was trembling with anger. Tian Huyang laughed, "You are very strong, but no matter how strong you can't kill us before we cut off your master's arm and crush his throat." They had 3 people at the crossing calamity stage on their side and Jiyu Etian was alone. If they wanted to kill Boyang Daoren, Jiyu Etian couldn't stop them. But Jiyu Etian just looked at Tianyuan Wan coldly. The 2 cracks on the broadsword in his hand suddenly lit up with a snow-white light. It was so dazzling that it illuminated everyone's eyes and made them blur. Kai. 2 sword auras suddenly appeared on Tianyuan Wan's palms. It was so fast that even Tianyuan Wan couldn't react. Tianyuan Wan's spiritual energy didn't even reach Daoist Boyang's body, nor did he injure a single hair on Daoist Boyang's body before he was struck by the sword chi. Ah! Tianyuan Wan screamed miserably. His hands had been severed from the wrist by Jiyu Etian's sword energy. Tian Huyang's arrogant expression suddenly froze. He knew that Jiyu Etian was very strong, but he didn't expect Jiyu Etian to be this strong. Tianyuan Wan, who was at the second stage of tribulation, didn't even have time to attack Boyang Daoren before he paid a painful price. Even Tian Huyang and Tian Jian, who were in the 5th sky of tribulation stage, couldn't see the sword clearly. Jiyu Etian's figure flashed as he slashed his sword towards Tianyuan Wan's throat. But this time, Tian Huyang and Tian Jian reacted. They attacked at the same time, and a powerful aura swept out, blocking Jiyu Etian's sword. Thump! Thump! Tian Huyang and the Heavenly Spine Sword both retreated 3 steps before coming to a stop. However, Boyang Daoren was already behind Jiyu Etian. From the moment he attacked to the moment he saved Tianyuan Wan, it didn't even take half a breath's time. Jiyu Etian had already saved his master. The cracks on the broadsword lit up again. It was as if each crack contained a terrifying sword energy that made people tremble in fear. You all deserve to die. Jiyu Etian's broadsword was filled with a strong killing intent as it burst forth again. He wanted to attack and kill these 3 people. Swish! The awe-inspiring sword energy swept out with an indomitable aura. Tian Huyang retreated with Tianyuan Wan. They barely managed to avoid the terrifying sword chi. Their figures were in an extremely sorry state. Jiyu Etian's strength was far beyond their imagination. They had no way to block this sword chi. Boom. The entire inn was completely destroyed by Jiu Etien's sword energy, but at this moment, Boyang Daoren fell to the ground. His face was filled with a strange white light. It was as if there were white worms swimming under his skin, as if they wanted to break free from his skin. Boyang Daoren curled up in pain. Jiu Etien's expression suddenly changed. Do you think it's so easy to save this trash from our hands? He's been hit by the Lord's soul technique. With a thought, he'll explode and die. His soul will be enslaved by us forever. Other than the Lord, no one can remove it. Do you really think you can fight against 3 palaces? Tian Huyang sneered. Jiu Etian tightly held onto Boyang Daoren. He angrily stared at Tian Huyang. As someone who couldn't cultivate spiritual power, other than his strong body and talent in the way of the sword, he couldn't do anything about this soul technique. Etienne, Master's life is worthless. If they want it, give it to them. If you can kill them, do it now. If you can't, then leave quickly. If you compromise, you'll have to submit to them in the future. I don't want you to become like this. Boyang Daoren was in great pain. These words were squeezed out from between his teeth. He reached out his trembling hand, wanting to let his disciple go. In front of a tribulation-passing expert, he didn't even have the chance to kill himself during the Jindan period. He wasn't afraid of death. He was only afraid that his disciple would do something against morality. However, Jiu Etian slowly lowered his sword. He had once destroyed those ungrateful people from the Chentian school for his master. How could he abandon his master's life now? Who do you want me to deal with? Jiu Etian asked coldly. Mu Yu and Tian Ran were heading towards the 50-mile garden in the south. They planned to go there and bring all the people from the Falling Dust sect to the Array sect. Although the small courtyard in the 50-mile garden in the south had a powerful array formation set up by his master and Xie Bulao, which was enough to resist the people from 3 palaces, Mu Yu felt that there was too little space for him to move around. Now that he had his own sect, he should protect the people close to him. Apart from that, he had other things to do. Tian Ran sat in the void and carefully looked at the supreme immortal ranking list in her hand. She asked, Mu Yu, are we going to find these people one by one? Mu Yu shook his head. We're only going to find those who are necessary. Village chief Old Bu told him that there was too much demand for the supreme immortal stele in the cultivation world. If the 3 palaces couldn't stop the opening of the supreme immortal ranking, then they would definitely make an issue out of it. Apart from most of the people in the top 20, they would think of a way to control all the people with the most potential on the supreme immortal ranking in order to ensure that the 9 supreme immortals would be safe. Village chief Old Bu had been studying the changes in the supreme immortal ranking list for a while. He'd listed some of the people with extraordinary potential on the list. Most of these people hadn't made it to the supreme immortal ranking, but village chief Old Bu felt that it was very likely that they were hiding their strength. There were 6 people in total. Shimon Wuji, from the evil faction, ranked 29th. Wanwan, from the evil faction, ranked 32nd. Shong Guanlin, a wandering cultivator, ranked 41st. Jiu Etian, a wandering cultivator, ranked 45th. Murong Yun, a wandering cultivator, ranked 51st. Yu Mo, a wandering cultivator, ranked 52nd. Village chief Old Bu combined their various performances and rumors in the cultivation world with his analysis of their potential to determine that their true strength wasn't limited to their current rankings. The 50th place on the Supreme Immortal ranking list was a dividing line because the top 50 were all experts above the spirit severing stage. However, according to the information village chief Old Bu gathered, it was impossible that Yu Mo and Murong Yun hadn't reached the spirit severing stage yet. Village chief Old Bu told Mu Yu that according to the current trend, the opening of the Supreme Immortal stele was already a foregone conclusion. Since the 3 palaces couldn't stop this from happening, they would think of a way to control the people with the highest potential to become the 9 Supreme Immortals. In the Supreme Immortal stele, the 3 palaces couldn't interfere. Although the 3 palaces controlled the top 9 on the Supreme Immortal ranking, they still didn't dare to be careless. In other words, The three palaces would use all kinds of methods to coerce the young self-cultivators with huge potential to unite and fight against Mu Yu and the other three in the supreme immortal stele. The cultivation world wasn't as simple as it seemed. Other than the 8 sects, there were also sects like the Sword-Washing Valley and a few other sects that had similar strength to the 8 sects. They would definitely be under the control of the three palaces. As for the wandering cultivators or the young geniuses that even the three palaces couldn't find out about, these people were the same as Mu Yu and the other three. They were all unstable factors. Therefore, the three palaces would think of ways to control these wandering cultivators. Village chief Old Bu told Mu Yu to find these people before the three palaces because no one could be sure if they were really wandering cultivators or not. Perhaps their background was also shocking and they just kept a low profile. Just in case, it was still necessary to be on guard. Of course, village chief Old Bu also mentioned Xiaoran and Chu Shachi, who had somehow made it into the top 20 of the Supreme Immortal leaderboard. Mu Yu had seen Chu Shachi twice, but he was protected by Daoist Chu Bukyu, who was a great ascension cultivator, so there was no need for him to waste his time. Mu Yu himself had never studied the Supreme Immortal ranking because he didn't care about it at all. It didn't matter who was ranked higher or lower. But now, he had to pay attention to this point. The three palaces was a colossus. It was clearly unwise for Mu Yu and the others to fight alone. Shimon Wuji and WN, these two evil sects Golden Boy and Jade Girl, I know they have some skills, but I really can't figure out how the old faker deduced that the other 4 people are also hiding their strength. Little Shuai muttered. Mu Yu said, Grandpa Village Chief's eyes can't be wrong. Let's just trust him. He didn't like to cooperate with others, but rather than these people teaming up to create trouble for him in the Supreme Immortal Monument, he decided to deal with them one by one first. Do we have to pay attention to that idiot Jiu Etienne? Little Shuai curled his lips. Mu Yu nodded. Jiu Etienne is a worthy opponent. I've always thought that he's very strong. Body cultivators with perseverance are the most worthy opponents. When they were in the Moyun mountain range, both of them were at the nascent soul stage. Mu Yu and Jiu Etienne fought fair and square. In the end, Mu Yu emerged victorious. However, Mu Yu had never thought that Jiu Etienne was weaker than him. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. After so many years, Jiu Etienne's cultivation must have undergone a qualitative leap. In the past, his master had told Mu Yu that the path of body cultivators was extremely bumpy. Those who didn't have great perseverance couldn't cultivate. However, if they were able to cultivate successfully, they would all become powerful existences. Thus, Mu Yu had never underestimated Jiu Etienne. Mu Yu, I feel that you also have great perseverance. Your body is very strong. You can consider body cultivators. Tian Ran rubbed Mu Yu's sturdy arm. He doesn't need it. This guy's skin is almost 1% of mine. Little Shuai snorted. Mu Yu rudely rubbed Little Shuai's head. How am I thick-skinned? I get shy easily. Little Shuai's face was full of disdain. Mu Yu didn't comment. The black and white spirit energy in his body was very strange. Every time he was injured, the black spirit energy would devour the injured muscles, and the white spirit energy would repair them. The devouring and repairing process would make his body stronger. Thus, there was no doubt that his body was very strong. When he had first obtained the mutated black and white spiritual power, he had almost lost his life. He had also paid a great price to obtain this ability. Not to mention, Deadwood's father had even used the blood protection to save him. Such a powerful ability was not something that could be obtained easily. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.